I see my screen here? There's our feedback. So let me get out of. Okay. So good morning. I'm Karen Edwards, Assistant Section Manager here at the Recreation and Conservation Office. We are here today for technical review for our boating facilities program. And first up at 10:10 is Port of Grace Harbor, Friends Landing boat launch renovation. And do we have, it looks like we have Aaron, Alyssa, and Randy. Do we have any of them here? Alyssa, I see you.
We are here.
Good morning. Am I handing controls over to you?
Yes.
Alyssa, great. Good morning, and thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Okay, so I am now going to hand controls over to you. Okay. So Alyssa, go ahead and try moving your cursor around. And I can there we go. I can see it if you want to just try advancing the slide. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, and it's all yours. Good luck.
I need to get back to, let's see. So what's the best way to get back to the first slide?
Lower left corner.
Oh, okay.
Go down just a little bit more and there's a forward and back arrow, or you can even use the forward and back arrows on your keyboard.
Okay, I'm not seeing those arrows on my screen, so I'll just use my keyboard. Okay.
Okay. All right, it's all yours. Good luck.
All right, great. Well, good morning. My name is Alyssa Shea with the Port of Grace Harbor, and Aaron Asham, my colleague, is here with me, our contracts and projects manager. We're here today to tell you about our development application for the Friends Landing boat launch renovation project, which is phase 2 from our last successful application in the last round. So as far as our location, we are located right outside of Montesano in Grace Harbor County, on about an hour from the Pacific Coast. We're centrally located between Portland and Seattle, and our location is a tourist destination for many visitors traveling to our nearby beaches and the Olympic Peninsula. This site map shows an animated version of what we have to offer at Friends Landing. So it's a 152-acre property, all public access and recreation, located on the Chehalis River and Lake Quig. And some of the amenities include hiking, fishing, camping, and bird watching. We have 18 RV sites, 10 tent sites, a motorized boat launch, a non-motorized boat launch, 2 fishing shelters, 2 picnic shelters, a playground, and a paved walking trail loop. I wanted to just briefly cover the history of Friends Landing to provide some context of where we're at today. So the property for this facility was donated to Trout Unlimited in 1988. Starting in the early 1990s, it was developed as a recreational facility that could be accessible by all. So with a special interest in making the site accessible for people with disabilities to enjoy fishing, aquaculture, and fish enhancement projects in Western Washington. It was one of the first of its kind in Washington. And RCO played a critical role in the funding and creation of this facility. In 2014, the nonprofit owner of these facilities chose the Port of Grace Harbor to take over the long-term management and preservation of Friends Landing. And the port's vision of providing public access to our waterfront and promoting tourism was a perfect fit to manage these assets. I'll just briefly cover our project scope. In 2022, we were successful in obtaining a planning grant to complete design, engineering, and permitting on this project. Now we're applying for phase 2, which will be construction. The primary components to be constructed include a raised upland accessible boarding ramp, paving the entire boat launch parking lot, renovating and adding trail surface around the parking lot, and repaving the boat launch entry. The total project cost is $880,000. We were applying for $650,000 with matching share of $230,000. The boat launch and parking lot are used year-round to access the Chehalis River just outside of Montesano, and the heaviest usage is during the fall months to access the recreational salmon fishery. People travel from all over the state to access this. The fishing is only growing in popularity, and the location, coupled with the ability to camp on site, makes this a very attractive option for anglers from all over the state because lodging options are not plentiful in our area. Improvements to the boat launch were identified in our 2016 and 2022 updates to our Friends Landing Recreation Plan, and we're hoping to make these improvements and cross those off of our list of actions. Friends Landing is uniquely situated. The nearest boat launch to the east of Friends Landing is in Cosmopolis, and then, or excuse me, to the west is Cosmopolis. To the east is the Fuller Hill launch, and you'll note I don't have South Montesano in here because it has been open and closed due to some erosion issues over the last couple of years, and so it's faced some flooding and erosion issues. So it's very important in this region to make sure that this public access spot remains open. In 2016, we completed a recreation plan, and this graph highlights the results of community feedback showing that fishing and boating on the Chehalis River was one of the top reasons that guests visited Friends Landing. So ADA accessibility, fishing, and fish cleaning were also highlighted, showing the role that fishing plays in reasons why visitors come to Friends Landing. The boat launch at Friends Landing is complementary to the other developed assets at Friends Landing, including the 18-site RV park, the tent sites, the walking trail, and the recently renovated playground. The campground plays an active role in influencing boat launch usage, allowing guests from outside the area to the opportunity to stay and play with easy access from their lodging to the boat launch. The other community facilities, such as the 2 picnic shelters on site, act as catalysts for boat launch usage, with day users taking advantage of the launch during the summer months for recreational purposes. When considering this project, the primary driver was to provide closer access to an accessible boarding ramp. There is an existing in-water boarding float located approximately 855 feet away from the boat launch and parking area, and this is inconvenient for most users to board their boats by having to travel such a great distance, especially those with limited mobility. Construction of this project would give easy access to park in dedicated ADA parking spaces, board on the upland boarding float, and safely launch. Additionally, as a benefit at this site, we have a lot of room to work with in improving this area for the boater. As you can see, users are not always making the best use of the parking lot, and there's currently no dedicated ADA-specific markings or areas to assist those users. So this is the perfect location to make improvements and develop better facilities for fishing and boating. So as I've mentioned, Friends Landing is an established outdoor recreational facility with a variety of uses, and there are no other similar facilities in the area that have the amount of assets and infrastructure that Friends Landing does. All of the facilities play a critical role in the boater experience when a family or an individual chooses to come to Friends Landing for fishing. This area is well known as a productive fishing location for salmon, but also sturgeon, and it's also used by many locals as a recreational boat launch, not just for sport fishing. Part of our strategy for this project has been to focus on upland improvements rather than any in-water work at this time to ensure we can meet timelines and complete permitting and begin construction in 2026. We are using a proven model for the upland boarding ramp as seen here at the South Montesano launch. Friends Landing is owned and operated by the Port of Grace Harbor, which is a countywide port district, And we have environmental and engineering staff on site. We have environmental and engineering staff. So we're no stranger to managing these types of projects. Now I will cover the components of the project. So in the blue shaded area, we will fully pave this area where it is currently gravel. We'll dedicate 2 stalls to ADA accessibility while providing 21 additional paved and marked spaces. On the south or bottom of the blue is kind of the central hub where you will see the boarding ramp, a kiosk area, a paved area to dedicate to the portable restroom. And to the north in black, we will repave the existing walking path that goes around the parking lot, as well as to the left in green, we will add a dedicated section of paved trail for users to safely go around the perimeter. On the bottom in red, we will repave the access road into the boat launch and parking lot, which is in desperate need of repaving, and we will add a striped area for pedestrian safety. The Port of Grace Harbor's goal is to provide waterfront access to the community and promote tourism. This project will maintain and enhance that waterfront access. It will protect the existing development rather than creating a new project in the water elsewhere. With regards to social factors, Grace Harbor currently ranks 37 out of 39 counties in statewide health rankings. Facilities like Friends Landing give community members access to outdoor recreation opportunities and cultural enhancement and sustainable food opportunities like fishing. Benefits to this project include continued public investment in an existing public facility that serves a unique purpose in providing access to the Chehalis River. It also represents an opportunity to enhance access to the mobility impaired population, which we cannot put a value on in dollars. As far as boats on trailers, this boat launch was originally designed and built for boats on trailers and primarily is used by boats on trailers. The primary purpose of this project is to improve the boating experience by adding the accessibility features, including ADA parking, crosswalks, and boarding ramp, and minimizing the distance for mobility impaired, having just a better maximized boater parking area. These enhancements could also open up the launch to more users who have found it difficult to board here in the past. Should we receive a high enough ranking to receive funding, we will have a shovel-ready project that could go to bid right away once we have a signed contract with RCO. Given that this project is generally straightforward with upland improvements in an existing developed area, we don't anticipate any delays in the permitting process, and we plan to have those permits in hand no later than March 2025. Although we could go to bid and construction right after award, we would not want to close the boat launch down in the fall for construction. So we would wait until the fall salmon fishing season is over and build the project in 2026. So that's what I have for you today. Thank you again for this opportunity to present to you, and I would be happy to take any feedback or questions you have.
Yeah, I've got a question. Thanks, great presentation. Are you guys getting feedback or is this okay?
Yep. We'll go ahead and go with you, Eric, and then Linda.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Great presentation. I'm getting feedback. Are you guys?
Can you hear me okay, Eric?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay. So it looks like in its current state in the gravel, there's lots of parking, and it looks like in the new situation, there's going to be less parking. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, and Aaron can respond to that as well. That was some feedback we received from our boating community, and it does look that way, but the way that they're parking now is kind of blocking off access to that northern part of the boat launch. And I'm trying to get the slides back to the
go back to that the visual that Moff and Nickel put together for us.
Yeah, I can't get it.
I mean, I can understand for
Yeah.
So basically,
handicapped access.
what it boils down to is if you were to continue parking like they are in the picture, you would really only be able to park basically 2 rows, maybe a third way, way far down. And in all reality, even though it looks that way, it really doesn't because you end up two blocking yourself really
Sure.
easily when you park parallel to the boat launch. So we did an exercise with
You
a
figured it out. It's the
yeah,
best situation.
with a typical truck and trailer size, allowing free flowing movement counterclockwise of the parking lot that gives us the most flexibility without creating so many conflicts of people backing up, pulling forward, creating traffic, creating congestion, and allowing for a staging area, which there really isn't one right now. So
Okay. So how many parking places there, and then where's the overflow go?
there is 23 parking stalls
Yes.
on this page. We have no overflow.
Okay. That's going to be problematic because there's going to be more than 23 people parking their boats.
Yeah, we have, if you can see to the west, there's an entry road there. So the property is pretty large. And we do get people that can park. There's other areas of parking. It's just not specific boat launch parking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. It looks to me like it's going to be super popular and this is going to fill up in first hour for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
Linda and then Antoine.
Okay, I wanted to talk about your parking also. In your planning, you had specific parking against the shoreline for vehicles, but you don't have that in this presentation. But you said that there are other areas for vehicles so that people that join someone with a boat will still have parking available.
Do you mean in our initial planning grant from 2 years ago?
Yes.
Yes, we had looked at putting some parking or paving the area that was to the south of the red. There's a small pull out there, and what we would have needed to do some a shoreline variation or variance, excuse me, and do some mitigation. So we just determined we would leave that as gravel. So those are some of the existing areas that are gravel that are available for parking. They are just not paved or improved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's what
Right.
and we maybe in the next presentation, we'll note some of the overflow parking areas that are existing and additional. Our goal with this project is just to kind of improve that existing parking area and make some dedicated ADA improvement.
And then in the upper left corner of your parking, the top three, how do you get a truck and trailer into that top one? Isn't that real tight to turn?
To the top. Are you talking in the staging area up the left-hand side or to the one?
When I'm looking at the screen, the very top
Mhm.
parking spot across from your non-motorized boat launch.
Okay.
area.
So,
Can someone really get into those first two or
So-
three?
so our hope as people enter this site is they would automatically turn right as they get basically to the red. And as they pull in, what they'll do is pull all the way through. There's no curbing in between these parking stalls. So it allows for free flow movement through and basically be able to pull through one spot and into the other. So that's our thought there. But we did the conflict analysis. There is the ability for them to be able to pull and basically parallel park, pull forward all the way up into the north. I guess it'd be the northwest corner and back in there. It seems a lot tighter on this plan sheet, but those spots are oversized for basically the largest recreational boat that we might see. But most of them are pretty short. We're talking 15, 20 foot boats, where those spots I believe are 50 feet long.
So
Okay, and then,
so Linda, we're not gonna have time for questions and getting answers to those questions. We've got multiple hands up, so I want to make sure that we're able to give this feedback. So if we can just provide the advice for them to integrate this into their next presentation for evaluation. We just don't have the time for the dialogue back and forth. So Linda, if you could wrap up, then we're gonna go to Antoine, Dawn, and then we also have Aaron.
okay, the only other two comments I had were your ADA trail and the existing trail. Neither of those go to your boat launch, your ADA parking, your ADA access ramp. And I'm wondering if they should even be included in this grant request. And then you had 300,000 for site prep. I'm wondering why that is so high, because it's already a developed gravel parking area. And you have separate line items for your lighting, paving, and the loading ramp. So those aren't included in that total, and that might be something that you could explain. Oh, and then stormwater. You didn't address anything about stormwater. There's a lot of paving. And I'm wondering if you even consider just paving your ADA area.
Thank you very much, Linda.
Thank you.
We have about a minute, so we've got Antoine and Dawn.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I just have a question or two regarding cost benefit analyses and long-term maintenance plan. I'm not sure if you touched on these during the presentation. In regards to cost benefits, do you have an initial or expected return on investment in regards to this project?
And if we can Antoine, just have them address that during their final evaluation presentation.
Okay.
Note of that so that they can integrate it into their final evaluation.
Okay. Well, I'll hold off. Thank you.
Do you have any other recommendations, Antoine, for their final, like things that you need clarity on for them to integrate into their final?
No integration questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead, Dawn.
Yeah, real quick suggestion. I'm kind of parroting what someone else suggested. You might want to maybe create a tentative later phase for just parking for vehicles, even if it's just gravel, because without places for straight vehicles without trailers, I think you're gonna see some congestion. Just a suggestion.
Great, thank you for that, Dawn. And Carl.
Hey, Alyssa, this is Carl. My video feed's not working too well. Hey, just a quick suggestion on your location photo. It showed where the two closest other launches were, but the little flag that shows where your site was pretty tiny. Maybe kind of make that enlarge that a bit so that people can see it really easy how far away the other ones are. And then my only other suggestion is that maybe some pictures of how the people with disabilities use the site already.
Great, thank you so much, Carl. All right, Alyssa, thank you so much for your presentation. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions. Appreciate it.
All right, next we have Port of Everett, their 10th Street boat launch. Let me get this presentation started. We've got Adam, Cassidy, and Laura. Who is it that I will be sending controls over to?
That would be me.
Who was that?
That was Adam.
All right.
And I'm sorry, my camera, I'm finding myself working from home sick today, and my camera, my computer's still trying to attach to my camera at work. So
Okay. Okay. Let me, I'm looking for you here to give controls over. Here we go. Okay, so go ahead and try moving your mouse around a little bit, Adam. I'll let you know when the cursor shows up on my screen. Maybe, there we go. Okay, I can see you now.
Okay.
So,
and do I just click to move ahead?
lower left corner, is an arrow back and forward, or you can use the arrows on your keyboard.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss our application for this funding. I'm Adam Lemieux. I'm the Government Affairs Manager for the Port, and joining me today is Laura Gurley, our Director of Planning, and Cassidy Follins, our Grant Administrator. The Port of Everett proposes a $1 million request to fund the replacement of 6 boat launch floats, which would renovate 12 of our launch lands. And let me see if I can get this to work. There we go. Okay. It worked too well. The 10th Street Boat Launch is located on the west end of 10th Street at the northernmost point in the Port's marinas, just northwest of downtown Everett. The Port maintains the bulk of Everett's accessible waterfront. These lanes are the only year-round boat ramp access in Snohomish County. The other ramps are located at facilities in Mukilteo or Kayak Point, and they pull their floats during the fall and winter due to tidal or storm action in the off-season. And then Edmonds operates a year-round sling launch. The launch is the largest in Washington State with 13 total lanes and is the primary marine launch in Snohomish County. Outside this lane to the far left of the screen, that's lane 13. That was recently rebuilt, and that is our ADA accessible lane. Snohomish County is the 3rd most boated county in the state among motor boaters and leads the list in boating registrations along with King and Pierce County. Snohomish County is 3rd, tied with San Juan County for the most preferred county for boating, according to survey respondents in the RCO's boater need assessment. The launch handles an average of 27,600 boats each year between the years of 2008 and 2022, with peak years handling more than 35,000 boats. When we talk about the need, due to the age of the floats, the maintenance needs are outpacing the port's ability to keep up. The current construction is a piling dock primarily built with pressure-treated wood and exposed styrofoam floats. Simple repairs are becoming things of the past as the conditions of the materials does not easily allow dock components to be secured. So that picture on the left, well, both of these really, you can see we have a hard time keeping new materials or repaired materials back onto the docks, and really need to be replacing whole sections of this. You can see in the picture on the left there that the foam floats are exposed and subject to damage from weather, marine mammals, and launch activities. And we are starting to experience larger failures of the floats like this one here on the right, where transitions holding the floats together are failing. This particular one led us to close these 2 lanes on either side of the float for just under a week, right before boating season started. This project is consistent with the needs expressed by boaters in the state's boater needs assessment and is included in the port's boating access and facilities plan. Around site suitability, the port is proposing to replace 6 of the existing 7 floats at an existing boat launch facility. This would modernize 12 existing lanes. The project area is surrounded by assets that enhance the recreational boater experience. The site is served by over 500 stalls of truck and trailer parking. You can see there's some that is undeveloped, kind of a gravel lot down here, with the bulk of it being right behind the boat launches. This has additional visitor parking and upland restrooms as well. Additional public amenities in the immediate vicinity of the launch include green park space, a playground, guest moorage, a fishing pier, and Jetty Island, which is a popular boating destination with relatively warm waters by Puget Sound standards and some sandy beaches. The adjacent port marinas include additional guest moorage and a fuel dock, and we are currently installing the new floats for a new fuel dock as we speak. This is probably a map that many of you are familiar with. These are the popular fishing areas. The red star indicates the general area for the 10th Street boat launch. The launch is located near several productive fishing areas in the Whidbey Basin, Admiralty Inlet, and other parts of the main Puget Sound basin. The boat launch marina is located on the mouth of the Snohomish River, protected by a marina and marina infrastructure and Jetty Island. The site is already an existing popular boat launch, so that makes it a suitable location for this kind of investment. On project design, this project will rejuvenate the service life of the launch facilities. New floats will be constructed using more resilient materials for marine conditions, like galvanized steel structures with tub floats. Increased environmental conditions will result from the renovation of the facilities, including removing foam materials and increasing light penetration. The project will reduce the frequent need of maintenance and dramatically reduce the risk of lane closures. Estimated costs for this project are included. Costs for this project include design and construction contingencies are in line with market trends. The project benefits from using existing launch infrastructure like the pre-stressed piles that you see there. There's about 4 in each lane that are down the middle of the existing floats. And the concrete ramps that will remain, all these decrease project costs. The floats will increase safety and reliability compared to today's unpredictable float conditions. And if our maintenance guys were on right now, they would feel sad that I'm talking about it this way. They're out there about every week trying to make routine repairs on this asset. This project strives to rejuvenate an aging facility in a way that benefits recreational boaters, reduces impacts to the environment, and maintains the affordability of access to our public waters. As discussed, the materials used in the new floats will improve the ecological function of the facility, increasing light penetration, removing exposed foam, and using more resilient materials for the marine environment. This project will also keep the original footprint of the existing facilities, ensuring permit compliance and reducing the overall impact of the facility. Using existing infrastructure is reducing the cost of the project and minimizing environmental impacts. These will lower costs to help the port maintain lower costs for launch and parking fees. Grant funds will help the port continue to invest in public access projects on Everett's waterfront, ensuring high-quality access for all of our waterfront visitors. The launch is a critical component of the recreational boating economy in Everett, so much so that multiple boating-related businesses and service providers have located on other port properties to serve this community. This project has multiple benefits. Focusing on the boater experience, should the project be awarded this funding, the project will proceed with minimal impacts to recreational boating. We're going to be able to keep the boat launch open while we're replacing these lanes. If this funding is not secured, the port will have to do this project as capital is available. A longer renovation will lead to lane closures due to continuing float failures and an increased project cost. This project will extend the usability of the largest boat launch in Washington State, reducing operation and maintenance costs. And as discussed, this project will provide environmental benefits. This project benefits from the existing infrastructure, limiting the investment to just the design, construction, and installation of the floats, maximizing the state's investment for the greatest amount of launch users. And this project is exclusively about boats on trailers. It's through a smattering of photos to show that's what this launch is doing. The project location is located at the mouth of the Snohomish River with access to boating upriver or out into Puget Sound. Everett's location puts boaters within reach of fishing sites around Hat Island, Humpy Hollow off of Mukilteo, and throughout the Whidbey Basin and Admiralty Inlet. And these new floats are expected to serve the same number of boaters that have been launching from Everett for years, with the capacity to support past peak years of boating. And then one correction, this is criteria 10 for readiness, not 9. The port proposes a $1 million RCO grant supported by a match of almost $877,000. This is a 46.4% local sponsor match. As discussed, the port has completed all the necessary permitting, with the exception of the cultural resources consultation, the EO 2102. And port engineering is ready to design the project upon grant award, and the port anticipates the project will take 18 months to complete from the signing of an agreement with the RCO. Just wrapping up on this project area slide. We thank you for your time today, and we look forward to hearing any questions or comments you may have. It looked like that was up to someone else to moderate, but I'm happy to.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Linda, go right ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
The only question I had is your cost. Does it include the demolition and disposal of all of those floats?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Linda. All right, let's go with Shane, Aaron, and then Eric.
Yeah, thanks. Shane Belson, Department of Fish and Wildlife. You might mention somewhere, I think it's important for context that this looks like a reinvestment in an existing RCO funded site. I just took a quick look at PRISM. Maybe it looks like maybe the launch itself was funded by RCO back in the 70s. So
correct.
You might include some reference to that to sort of, demonstrate that it's an ongoing reinvestment. Rather than like a new site, unless it's buried somewhere, but I just didn't see it. But anyway, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that, Shane. Go ahead, Aaron, and then Eric. And Aaron, you're still muted.
There we go. Thanks. Just wondering, I may have missed it in your presentation, but I don't think so. I was just wondering how old those docks are, but when they were built.
That is a great question. I don't have, so the floats 1 through 3 are older. As Shane pointed out, there was a initial investment in the 70s, and it's a bit hard to track how old each dock is because they've been, we've replaced individual floats, we've done partial remodels, so all of them are a bit they're a bit like Frankenstein's boat floats. So it's kind of hard to peg a specific year. They've all well exceeded a 30-year expectation. I'll try and get a better answer for you on that though.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Go ahead, Eric, and then we have Lowell.
Yeah, no, thanks. Great presentation. The guys are doing a great job on maintenance currently. Hats off to them. And I liked the way you laid it out, the historical information, how many people can park there. It's already damaged goods. You're just making it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Go ahead, Lowell.
Yeah, hi. This is Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. I have a question just about the costs associated, similar to Linda's, I guess. This is $600,000 per float. So to me, that seems really high. So I'm wondering how long those floats are and what the costs, whether you might know of any reasons why the costs seem high to me.
Yeah, I would say the cost is, so this is a $1.87 million project spread out over 6. So the math on your estimate is too high.
Off.
Yeah. But off the top of my head, I'm battling 104-degree fever right now, so my brain is firing on all cylinders here. But I can get you the cost per float. And Laura, I haven't looked at the list to see if you're on. It is in our information in Prism. I believe the floats are 270 feet long.
I am on, but I would have to look in our documentation.
Okay, so Lowell, I can get you specific. We can show that breakdown in the next presentation, and I can get you that information as well.
It does help when I do the math correctly. It seems like more like about 300,000, which seems more reasonable.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I looking at all these projects is I addressed the question with NIMS mitigation because it's such a major problem for I think everyone that it's hard to get our arms around it. So I think it'd be good if you could put something in regard to saying that you had a consult with NIMS to get the permitting and what they're asking for, how you're going to address environmental mitigation. Thanks.
Sure. And Laura, do you want to address that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
This is.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for a question answer right now. So this is just like, advice for applicants to integrate this into their final proposal for evaluation and scoring.
Okay,
So
thank
if
you.
you could integrate that that element into your final presentation, then that will help for Greg to be able to score that element of the proposal.
Sure thing. In a really quick nutshell, we got our permit before NIMS started implementing mitigation, so there isn't mitigation requirements on this maintenance and replacement project.
Great. Thank you very much, Laura, and thank you for that, Greg. Definitely a question this day and age.
Yeah.
Any last questions for Adam before we can let him go so he can get some rest? All right. Thank you so much, Adam. Take care of yourself, and thank you very much, Laura. Okay.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mukilteo with their Lighthouse Park project. And I don't have anybody signed up for, so Matt, is that going to be you?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm Matt Nienhaus, Public Works Director, and I also have AJ Heitzman with Consor Engineering, who helped us with the application. He is here if we have any questions we need to answer, but I will be taking the lead on this.
Okay, so I am going to go ahead and hand controls over to you, Matt. Okay, you should have controls now. So go ahead and move your cursor around. I'll let you know when it shows up on my end. There we go.
Awesome.
So you can use the keys, the arrow forward and back on your keyboard to advance your slides and go back.
Yes, thank you. So I'm Matt Nienhaus, Public Works Director for the city of Mukilteo, and we have this boat launch float project here at the Lighthouse Park. And where it's located, if you're not familiar with Mukilteo, we are a small community nestled between Everett and Linwood. As you saw on the previous map, we have our boat launch there. And the site specifically is at Lighthouse Park. It's outlined in red there, and then the boat launches are sticking out here into the sound. Our service area really, we have a lot of regional use for the boat launch itself, as we are right in the Humpy Hollow in the height of the fishing and crabbing and shrimping area. Lighthouse Park, bigger, the whole park draws people from all around the world to come to the park and the lighthouse and to enjoy the amenities there. Again, our service area, the boat launch facility, we have the Port of Everett up there, which was right before us, and kind of the main fishing grounds. We were right in the center of everything going on there, and we have the ferry terminal right next to us. So ours is to replace these boat launch floats, 14 of them. The docks will come prefabricated. We do pull these in during the winter, like right now, because we do not have a breakwater. So we pull them in during the winter. There is no environmental impacts, as we have a existing permit to remove and replace docks throughout the year as we go. So we're basically just going to pull out the old ones and put in the new ones when the time comes. There's 14 total floats. So need, we have a very large current that comes through here. And what we found is the existing boat launch floats that were funded by RCO, I believe, in the 2000s. The hinge pins are one of our biggest maintenance nightmares. In fact, we've almost lost a few floats a few times as they just are not up to the handling the currents that come through. Also, our decking material, we replace that every year. We put on new decking material, we put on new coating, and we're continue to do that throughout the season as we need. And it's just a maintenance nightmare for us. So we're looking at new docks that will maximize and take care of some of these issues we've had throughout the time. Just another picture of our docks there, mostly all timber frame docks with solid plywood, and then we ended up putting party board on them just to help with the maintenance for them. Site suitability, it is an existing boat launch facility. RCO has invested significantly both in the launches and in the park over the years with lots of different projects. We have existing and dedicated boat trailer parking only. We are adjacent to Lighthouse Park or inside Lighthouse Park. Possession Sound is regionally renowned for its fishing location, Humpy Hollow, right off of Woodby. And we are very close proximity to a lot of residential, heavy residential area. Project design. So in 2022, we went out to Art Anderson Engineers, who really focuses on marine engineering, and talked about our issues with our floats. And they did a new design for us. This was city-funded project to try and get ahead of the curve here on getting these floats replaced with a more robust hinge design that not only is it going to protect these floats and keep them together, but also easier for us to install every year rather than a big long pin that goes through, which can be really difficult. And then also with different grading. So rather than having plywood that is continuing to delaminate on us throughout the season, we will have the fiberglass reinforced plastic grading on that to help reduce their maintenance issues over time. So hopefully these floats will last a long time in the future. We are not anticipating any new permits. We've talked about that as we are basically replacing in kind, and we have the permit already to remove and replace docks. Sustainability, I've talked about a little bit. Impacts are minimized as we're going to, usually takes us 2 days to pull all the docks and 2 days to put them in. The FRP grading will minimize our long-term maintenance and maximize service life. No cultural impact or ground disturbing activities are required. And this really maintains the public access and promotes opportunities for all our water resources we have in the area. Cost benefits, we're only replacing the floats, nothing else, not the gangways, not the piers or anything like that. It's the floats only. Longer service life, less maintenance on the cruise and downtime when we are doing that. We, as a small organization, are unable to purchase new floats on our own. And so this really will be able to maintain the existing facility. We really need the assistance from the state to help us to do that, as we do not want to lose any access to any of these floats, as they are heavily used for the boating and fishing season. And also just to increase safety as things start delaminating, we get safety issues with people walking down there. We're constantly, we have staff down there every day working on them throughout the year. So boats on trailers, that's a lot of what this is. We do have some people that come with kayaks and canoes, but this is mostly boats on trailers. People recreational plus fishing, just having a good time down there in their boats. The majority of what this is. We do have dedicated boat trailer parking. And so we have not as many, obviously, as Everett, as we are a much smaller launch, but the city does manage this, and we still have thousands of people each year that use this. And certain times of the year, the whole park is full of boat trailers, even in the regular parking spots. So a lot of fishing, some sailing, some canoes and kayaks, and some recreational boaters also. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife and the ferries, Washington State Ferries use this launch also throughout the year for their activities. Also want to highlight that this area in Mukilteo is a tribal fishing grounds. It's really a traditional and historic use of this beach along here, both for tribal and Mukilteo. When it first was becoming a city, was marketed as a deep water port. We have the state park and the lighthouse that draws a lot of people to this, as well as the ferry run right next door. So it's really a regional attraction to coming to this beach. Readiness. This project is ready to proceed. All we have to do is put our bid specs together, which we would do when we had full funding. Wouldn't take us very long. The design is completely ready to go. We've been talking to permit agencies, and all we think we are ready to go for that because we already have our permits to pull them in and pull them out. And we have dedicated matching funds for the city for this project. Questions, thoughts, suggestions? Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much, Matt, for that presentation. Appreciate it. Your last slide that you had, you might have a few too many zeros on your matching contribution. So maybe just take a quick look at that before the final presentation.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and go with Lowell, Linda, Kate, and then Eric. Go ahead, Lowell.
Yeah, hi. Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. I'm wondering, have you spoken with any of our aquatic land managers about this design or this redesigned construction you're doing? You know, we do have basically biological or stewardship standards for our designs, and those would need to go through our land managers if it's on state-owned aquatic lands, which I believe it is here, but I'm just wondering if you've talked with anyone.
I'll check with our permitting department and see
Okay.
who all they've contacted with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lowell. Go ahead, Linda.
Hi. Lowell talked about the permits, and that was one thing I was wondering in your design attachment on your application. It looked like it was covered in plywood on the top and on the bottom, and then you put the grating on top of your plywood. So there's no light going through these floats. I just wanted you to take a look at that and address that.
Thank you.
And then also the cost, does that include the disposal of all the old floats? And whether or not you might be in conversations with, there's a number of other projects that Possession Beach over in Woodby and Everett, and then you folks are all doing floats, but your prices are all very different and you're on the high end. And I was just wondering if you ever compare notes.
Okay, yeah, we have not compared notes, but we have design drawings, and so we had pretty specific costs associated with that. So that'd be interesting to see everybody else's numbers. So
thanks.
Thank you very much, Linda. Go ahead, Kate.
Thanks, Matt, for your presentation. Don't necessarily need a response to this question or comment. But with the ferry relocating, has the city considered putting a breakwater in? You know, I know this launch needs a breakwater at certain tides and currents, like you mentioned. So just maybe considering putting something or the reasoning behind that in the next presentation in February.
Thank you very much, Kate. Eric.
Yeah, thanks a bunch. Great presentation, and I get some feedback. My only comment is it would be interesting maybe for all these things that have like, you know, a float on a pier to have some sort of just like Linda was saying, some comparative numbers, just nominally interesting. I can see why this one would cost more because of the pin. The currents are nasty there. It's well needed. And if they do this new design, guys, there will be a lot more open space on that deck because it's going to be reinforced. It's going to be a fiberglass deck, right? So there's going to be some light getting through. I don't see why it would matter because it's already there anyway. And why put more burden on the poor folks to justify it? That's just my thought, but it looks great to me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Eric. Go ahead, Shane.
This might be more a question for RCO, but since this is a replacement of a BFP project from only like 12 or 14 years ago, I didn't know this type of thing would qualify because it hasn't met its service life of 25 years. So anyway, that's just something I have a question about, and you'd want to sort that out with RCO if it hasn't already been sorted out.
I'll make note of that, Shane. Thank you. Go ahead, Don.
Okay, this is really out of left field, but I'll ask it. So, I have experience with purchasing asphalt. This is germane. Sometimes if there's going to be in an area where there's going to be a bunch of asphalt needed for resurfacing during a given year, sometimes in the procurement phase, the different municipal entities will get together and do an MOU to get a lower cost on the asphalt. I know that all of the designs are maybe not quite the same, but just as a general observation, because this one and Everett are so close together that there might be a way to economize. Just throw that out there.
I think there's totally different design criteria.
Okay, I didn't catch who that comment was from. Was that you, Matt? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that comment. I think the only thing I would caution with that is if that were to happen, only a prorated amount could be eligible for this grant. So that would have to be very, very closely monitored if it's done in conjunction with other projects. But it's always good to try to save and be efficient. Thanks so much for the comment. Anything else for Matt before we let him go and go to our first break of the morning? Okay, thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you all, and I really appreciate your feedback.
All right, we'll see you in February.
Bye.
Okay, and we are at break until it looks like 11:25 is our next presentation. So I'll be back on a few minutes early, and we'll try to get started right at that time, 11:25. Thanks so much.
Nothing here. Not now.
Hello, welcome back. Hello, Tina.
Hi, I'm gonna get my volume so it's a little better here.
No worries, I can hear you really good.
Oh, I have one of those voices. I don't need a microphone when I'm in a room.
Love it. Hey, so
Okay.
welcome back, everybody. We are back from break and we have Tina Keller from Port of Garfield. Tina, I'm going to get your PowerPoint started here. And then I'm assuming I'm handing controls over to you.
Okay.
All right, and give that a try. Move your cursor around a little bit and I'll let you know when it shows up on my end.
Okay. I'm gonna try to turn a page here just to make sure. I'm not
Sounds
a
good.
laptop kind of person, so let's see.
Okay, I can see your cursor, so you should be able to advance. You can use your arrow forward and backwards key to
Well,
advance slides and then go back.
I tried that. Let's see here.
There we go.
Oh,
Sometimes it takes a little bit to catch up.
okay. It's just delayed. So
Okay,
hold on,
the floor is
everybody.
yours, Tina. Good luck.
Okay. Whenever
Yep.
you're ready.
Go
Okay.
right ahead.
Well, hi, I'm Tina Keller from the Port of Garfield. I'm here to give me a second. Okay. I'm here to go over the evaluation for the Boating Facilities Program grant. Number 242260 for the Port of Garfield, and our boat ramp and boat dock need a lot of repair. So bear with me here. On this page, you'll see that on the left-hand picture, that is the end of our boat ramp. And the middle picture is the end of our boat dock. And the right-hand picture will show you the condition that our boat ramp is in. There's rebar showing, the cement is crumbling. Last time we talked to an engineer about this. They guessed that the estimate to fix this could be anywhere from $400,000 to over $1 million. And it's a very critical situation to us. We're hoping that if we can get this grant and get the engineering and some drawings of what we're up against, hopefully by 2027, we'll be able to have it fixed and prevent it from being closed is our goal. This is the location where the boat ramp is. It's on the Snake River, Garfield County. We have little points there, so you're able to see its location. It's just off of Highway 127. So it has great access as far as people getting to it. It's paved all the way there. Go to the next page. Here's a close-up. It's kind of hard for us to get photographs under the water. The picture on the left, you can clearly see the rebar showing. That was during low pool this summer. And then on the right, that was taken just a couple weeks ago. The river has cleared up very well. That's standing on the edge of our dock. That hole is right where people have to back up to with their boat trailers. It's pretty bad. We have a sign currently up that says enter at your own risk. We hope that everybody is heeding that. We do know a few people that have went too far, and well, their tires got off the end of that ramp. Here's just some more pictures of the erosion of the cement and the exposed rebar, the cracks and holes, and we don't know how bad it actually is, just because, well, it's hard to see in the water. We'll keep trying to get more pictures. As the water cools off, it gets clearer. I suspect you all know how that works. This is the physical condition of the dock itself. The wood is weathered, it's getting splintered. There's missing screws and hardware. And somebody at some point has hit our dock hard. You can see the broken metal on the upper right-hand corner there. And on the lower right-hand picture, we have put on marine bumpers, and they just get abused, you know, from the weather and boats, and they come off. We try to put a tire over this corner where you can see the metal's all turned up. We had people complaining that their boats would hit that when they would come into the dock. So we tried to cover it with the tire, and obviously that doesn't work either. So we'll just move on to the next picture, but I think you can see the condition of the dock, definitely. This is, we have some problems with the dock sets at an angle. And so you'll see one of our employees out here, she's pointing at how the dock leans in. It's kind of a tripping hazard out there, and we're not sure how to straighten it out. I've heard that there's a bar under there that can be pulled out, straightened, and then put back in. I don't know, because I don't know the exact how it's put together. These were docks that were brought over from Central Ferry State Park when it closed like 15 years ago. And the lower left picture shows where the cement walkway goes into the wooden dock. And there's about a 2 or 3 inch lip there that you have to just be careful. Oh, this is a much better picture. Picture on the left really gives you the angle that it's sloped. I go on it and I feel very worried. If it was wet, I'd worry I was going to slip in. The picture on the right, that's a very good picture. There's an arrow pointing exactly where the tires fall off. Those 2 big grooves there. I'm guessing they're at least 8 inches to a foot down when you fall off the edge there. And the boat launch has been in our comprehensive plan. Our last plan was adopted March of 2018. Those prices there are not even close to what they're thinking they will be now. As I've mentioned, the $400,000 to over $1 million to fix or replace the boat launch and dock. We do have overwhelming public support. Our local government, state government, our citizens, Whitman County, as well as Garfield County. We have Representative Mary Dye. She has been in big support of getting this fixed. Joe Schmick, Whitman County representative. Our county commissioner here, Jim Nelson. We have received letters from him and Mary regarding this and support of it. We have lots of public input. Every place we go, people stop us and go, is the boat launch and ever going to get repaired? So we know the people really want it, and it is definitely a need for us, being one of our recreation sites. This serves multiple rural counties. It's very easy to get to off of State Highway 127. It connects Whitman County and Garfield counties. It's open year round. We have had state and private use of it. I wanted to tell you a couple things that I know that I've heard about the boat launch being used for. The parking area and the ramp have been used as a staging area for environmental cleanup incidents. They had a train car get a puncture hole in it, and they used our area to be able to get upriver and put their containment trailers on our parking lot. It was a good deal. And then I have also one time it was used to offload a person having an emergency from a tour ship that went by. The Queen of the West. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Queen of the West goes through here as well as many others, and they needed to offload a person onto an ambulance, and that was an easy access. So having the facility up and working would be great. Thank you.
Hey, Tina, I just wanted to let you know you have just under 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'm just
And
about
on
done.
the first criteria, so just wanted to.
Okay.
make
Thank you.
aware. Thank you.
Okay. I'll move right along here. See. It's not going to the next page. Okay. So, oh, okay. So I guess one of the things while I'm waiting for the page to turn is.
So Tina, you might have to move your cursor and get control back, because I had to take control to unmute myself.
Okay.
There
Here
we go. I think you're
okay.
there now.
Well, let's just zip through these. I'll try to talk about, we're only asking for half of what we think. That 35,000 is what we're asking for. That way we can get the engineer and the design plan. Sorry, now that I'm in a hurry. I'll go through these quicker. If we can get the engineering and design, we will be able to at least know what we're up against as far as what it's going to cost to replace or repair the dock. And that way we can get it in our budget for the following years. This is just this was a conceptual, it's not, we'll pass that. And the boat launch is primarily used by trailered boats. There's some kayaking and a little bit of that, but mostly this is sporting river. We are, you'll see the areas. We serve quite a range of people from Spokane, Walla Walla, Pullman, Colfax, Dayton, Pomeroy. It's very popular for fishing and hunting, both. Lots of duck hunting down here, lots of sport fishing. But ultimately, we're seeking the funds so we can get the engineering and design plans started, so we know if this is feasible. If it is, then we can get it started budgeting for the different pieces we need to put together for it. And then this is a letter from Representative Mary Dye, and I think my time is just about up.
Thank you so much, Tina.
Okay.
Just a couple of comments. You are bringing in more match than what's required. And I'm thinking maybe take a look at the budget, and your grant manager will be in touch with you about, my recommendation would be to increase your request in the program and only bring in what's required in match. There's not really the need to provide an overmatch. And then, so this is our first and only planning proposal of the day in this grant category. And also the OGM will be in touch with you with what's required to have a viable planning project. And it's more than just beginning of the design. It would need to be completion of design, including securing permits and cultural resources and environmental work. But we'll definitely work with you on that between now and evaluation. So, okay, we do have some hands up, so we'll start with Carl and then Linda, and then we'll go with Shane.
Okay, I have my manager here to help answer some of these questions as well.
Okay, and just to let you know, we don't have time to do the question answer. This is really going to be input for Garfield to integrate into your presentation. So that way, once it's integrated into the final, this is going to be the comments of what they need to score the project come evaluation. Okay, great. Go ahead, Carl.
Hi, Tina. Hey, my video is not working, so I'll just have to talk to you via kind of phone here. So my wonderful slides. I think that you guys did a really good job of doing pictures and slides, presenting your slides. You could probably cut down your verbal need portion by about 80%. As far as how your presentation goes, because obviously you're getting better when you actually do your real presentation. So you need to get through those so that you can get to the rest of the questions. I would highly recommend that you stay on board and watch people's presentations and see how they do them as well. You know, and just to get an idea of how it's going. But yeah, your need is definite. I would lead off also with what you're requesting. You led off with the $400 to $1 million. You know, let's talk what you're really asking for, which was what, 35 or something like that. So that would be my, you know, don't worry about what the cost is in the future. It's what are you asking for now?
Okay, perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Linda, and then Shane.
Yes, I don't need answers to this, but I just wanted to make a comment. The letter that you have on the screen right now on your last slide, it talks about the 2016 grant you got for paving the project area that made the public safer from harvest truck traffic. But it looks like people are still driving through the grain silos and the towers and under the equipment, moving the grain from the silos to the barges. And I'm wondering if that company is okay with the public going through their facility, and is there some kind of permission for access in place, and will that remain permanent?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
And,
yes.
Okay. And then also Central Ferry Park State Park closed 15 years ago, you said. Why did it close, and is there a chance it'll open again where the boat launch used to be?
State Park, when they were doing their cutbacks back then, that was one of the parks on the chopping block. It tends to silt in. It gets silted in, and there's no chance of it coming back. They pulled all of the equipment, sprinkler systems, pumping, water, all that's gone.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And
ROC funded the previous project. This was always a phased project. It just happened to, because of the use being so high, our ramp just deteriorated faster and our dock. So.
Thank you very much, Linda. And yeah, that's all elements that can certainly be included in the presentation for the final. Yeah, great. Kate and then Greg.
Just a comment, great job, Tina and team at Garfield, but I'm not sure if dredging needs to be part of this, but if it does, I would include that in the next presentation.
Okay.
We're unknown. That's an unknown.
We don't know. The barges are not having trouble getting to the elevators, but we don't know this specific area.
One corner may need it.
Yeah, and this is a planning project, so maybe that may be integrated into what's needed for a future development project.
Yeah.
So great.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Kate. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I would just make sure you include it in your or update your comprehensive scheme of harbor improvements or your plan. So 2018, you just want to make sure that you pass a resolution so that it's included in your plan. That's all, just for a compliance aspect.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Thanks for that, Greg. Any last comments for Tina? Great job, Tina. Thank you so much. I know you kind of picked this up and presented it on the port. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. And next up, we have Colville Confederated Tribes Nicholson Beach Boat Launch. I will get that presentation started here. And do we have somebody from...
We have Walmer Associates, Wayne Rogers.
Hello, Wayne. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
Great. So I am going to go ahead and hand controls over to you, Wayne. You should have them now.
Okay.
If you want to go ahead and move your cursor around, I'll let you know when it shows up on my end. Sometimes you have to click or double click.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, I can see it now. And then you can use, yep, looks like
Okay.
you've got it. You've got control. So it's all yours. Good luck.
Okay. The project is Nicholson Beach Boating Facility. We're representing the Colville tribes, the Colville Reservation, Parks and Recreation. Oops. The purpose of the project, boat launch facility, construct one. And a boat trailer parking lot construction. You'll see a picture. Here's kind of the beach where the boat, the Nicholson Beach is. A little fast. Okay, the project is located just south of Omak, kind of north central Washington. Okay, man, this is going fast. Okay. Okay, yeah, jumpy. Okay, the red arrow shows where Nicholson Beach is, and it's on Columbia River Road, and it's just south of Omak and Okanagan. And the existing site, it shows the existing site here on the north end of Omak Lake. Pretty much just a beach with a dirt road that comes down into it. This project had a prior grant to develop construction drawings for the project, and here we show boat trailer parking, a boat launch, vehicle parking, and a swimming dock, and plus we also have stormwater improvements to take care of existing drainages, and this is we have basically construction ready drawings to put this to get this project going. Okay, right now there existing uses, it's just an informal boat launch. It's just basically just a beach, rocky beach. There's, you know, just parking on dirt. There's fishing and a swimming area. There's some tremendous views surrounding the area, and it's kind of pretty much rugged, rocky terrain, arid terrain. Okay, for this lake, the community needs or what we would like is to have a developed boating facility for Omak Lake. Right now, there is really no developed boating facilities. Everything is just pretty much you back your boat up to the beach and launch. And we want to protect the habitat and the natural beauty. This is a really beautiful place. We'll be providing a variety of uses and users, boating, fishing, both for non-tribal and tribal visitors. Support facilities would be boat launch, docks, information signage, parking, picnicking. And this is a view looking north on Omak Lake. Really quite a beautiful lake. And here's a USGS map showing kind of the topography of the area. And it's south of Omak. And okay. And the underserved community lacks a developed boat or recreation facility for this lake. And these two views here pretty much shows what's existing here. Just a dirt parking area and a road down into the site. Existing facilities, undeveloped parking. There is an existing restroom that will be used. There's an existing beach area. There's a small dock, which is kind of a kayak kind of dock, and the access road. Nearby uses, sport fishing, hiking, swimming, canoeing, kayaking. Again, the topography is rugged, arid landscape, very scenic. It's quite suitable for additional boater facilities. Sustainability, we strive to minimize ecological impacts. We want to use a low impact design, use native plants where we need to. Basically, social factors will promote healthy activities such as boating and swimming. It'll support like guided fishing, recreational boating and fishing, and other activities. There's hiking and that sort of thing. And we intend to use materials that will extend the life of the project. Cost benefit project uses already has boater use, kayakers and people fish there. There's some rather large trout in this lake. Public awareness of improvements will encourage users, and we don't believe the project will adversely impact the existing environment and existing uses. The lake is close to the city of Omak and Okanagan. It's about 3,200 acres, 30-mile shoreline, and it's a rather deep lake, 300 feet. The boat speeds for this will be slower boat speeds and motorized canoe and kayak, and the project will have public access. It will serve mainly boats on trailers by developing a boat ramp facility. It will enhance the existing boat usage, and the boaters will have a variety of experiences such as scenic enjoyment, fishing, and kayaking. Project readiness, it is a shovel-ready project. So once we get the funds, we can start planning for construction. for docks, swimming docks, parking, and picnic area. And as they're requesting 750,000 with 750,000 contribution with matching kind for $250,000. And then again, so this is a shovel-ready project, and we're hoping to get this thing going. And that completes my portion of this. If you have any questions.
All right. Questions for Wayne? We have got Shane and then Linda.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Shane Belson, Department of Fish and Wildlife. Not really a question, just a suggestion. I think you want to really highlight the ties between the 2018 planning grant and this one. Basically saying, hey, RCO funded this planning grant, and now we're going to put it into action. So really make a good link between the two, that, you know, one is leading to the other, possibly, and give a little more detail and connectivity to those two things. And that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Shane. Go ahead, Linda.
I have a number of comments. The parking development includes 14 vehicle parking stalls and 6 with trailers. And you have accessible vehicle parking, but I don't see any accessible vehicle trailer parking on your site plan. Then I'm wondering about overflow parking. Is the access road into this site wide enough for people to park along the side? And is this site essentially 3 tiers? The first one's got your restroom with your ADA pathway coming into the parking lot. And then the second one is going to be parking and the picnic tables. And then the third is the beach. Or will you add fill to make a level space for all these picnic tables? Or are they on the slope going down to the beach? And if so, how are you going to stop erosion from people going up and down? And then, the ADA parking that you have in the path from the restroom, is there also a continuation down to the boat ramp? Or is it flat enough for them to have no issues accessing that ramp and getting onto a boat? And then your plan has got a V ditch that goes all the way around it, but at each end, it doesn't look like it goes into anything. It just comes out. And the one over by the boat ramp, will it wash out your ramp and parking area? I don't know what is planned for the end of it.
I have Mark. I'll go.
Oh, no, you don't have to answer. It's just something that you should probably address when people are looking at this. And then your application has 75,000 for boarding floats. Does that include your boarding float, your pilings, and a gangway or an abutment to shore for the launch? I don't see those listed in a cost estimate. And I don't know if the swim dock is eligible for this grant. That's something you might want to check on. And then, let's see, what else did I write down here? Oh, in the planning project, you had, the site plan had a new well, a well house, an access road. It had an upgraded restroom with showers and a septic system and trailer sites. And I'm wondering if those are future plans. And if so, how much of this all have to be torn up to put that in place if you're planning to do that? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it my turn?
Yes, Eric and then Lowell. Sorry, I did not unmute myself.
Okay. looks like fabulous. I'd love to go. Pictures are great. I mean, I'm seriously, I'm excited. I just have a kind of a simple question. Um, is there any data on use numbers? Because it would seem to me like there's not enough parking for giant trailers. It looks like a really cool spot. So are those just going to fill up? And my geological question is was this lake existing before the river was dammed, or is this a seep lake?
This is not part of the river.
Okay, it's not a seep lake. It didn't come up in level after.
I assume that, it's just a depression. So, it's not connected to,
Okay,
it just collects the runoff.
excellent. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Eric. Go ahead, Lowell.
Hi, yeah. I guess my question, since we have to score it, in this element is this an appropriate kind of new use of the lake? First of all, is this a new use? Are these motorized vehicles, motorized vessels different than you would currently see in the lake? And how much do you anticipate the impacts from those new uses to be? And I don't know if you did that in any of your pre-planning, if like you looked into that. Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
I guess we'll have to look into that.
Yeah, I'll just jump in. I'm Mark with Wilmer as well, and we've worked with the Parks and Rec department, and there is a lot of use on this particular beach and boat launch. There are small motorized boats, so the intent is that the use will continue, but it'll just have much better access. There'll be ADA. There's no ADA at the moment, and then drainage and those type of improvements.
Do you know if there are any, I don't know, endangered species in the lake or sensitive environments that might be impacted?
We did have some studies. There was one cultural site which we're avoiding at the direction of the Colville Tribe Cultural Department. I'm not aware of any species, animals or vegetation that we have to worry about. It has been a couple of years since we did the planning grant, so we'll definitely revisit all of that.
Okay, yeah, thank you. It might be good to address both of that in your final presentation.
Thank you very much, Lowell. Hey, any last comments? Okay, looks like we're good. Wayne and Mark, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that brings us to our lunch break. So we have lunch scheduled from 12:05 with our first presentation after the lunch hour being at 1:05. So again, I'll be on a couple of minutes early and we'll get going right at 1:05. So thank you so much and have a great lunch, everybody. As we get back from lunch here, I see Marissa and also Diane, Mayor Kohout available on here. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Karen? Hey, Karen?
Yes.
This is Don Crawford.
Hi, Don.
Hey, for some reason, every time I click to start my video, it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Same with me. This is Carl.
We can see you now. Were you able
Oh,
to?
now you can. Something must have happened. Okay.
You know, it may be because we, I'm wondering if that might have been Monica on the back end. Just made, since we were on lunch break. So it might have just been over the lunch break.
Okay. Hey,
go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
No, please.
Mine was for like most of the morning.
Oh, really? Okay. So
Yeah.
you can now. Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing I was going to say on a related is I apologize for having that suggestion if I shouldn't have. I'm constantly looking at like, okay, how could you make this more affordable and you could get more done with the same money? And so anyway, I know that they're different projects and stuff, but.
No, it's a great suggestion, Don. We do also encourage that as well with projects. It's just as a reminder for the applicants that if they do decide to go that route, that it, you know, it would just need to be prorated, but it is possible and definitely a cost savings efficiency that's, you know, worth bringing up. So nope, that was great.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Because ultimately we're paying for this, so you know, our little few cents each person, but you know.
I get it. Okay, so we are at 1:06. We're going to go ahead and get ourselves started here. And am I going to be handing controls over to you, Marissa, or over to Mayor Kohout?
I believe Mayor Kohout was going to run controls, but I can if she struggles with it on the technical side. I'll let Mayor Diane talk.
All right, so Diane, I went ahead and gave you controls. If you want to just start moving your mouse around a little bit, I'll let you know when the cursor shows up on my screen, which means that sometimes it takes just a second for it to grab hold there. Sometimes you have to click or double click. I'm not seeing anything. Do you have Diane on? I see her on. Marissa, should I go ahead and try to give them over to you? Oh, you're on mute.
Sure. I see Mayor Diane is on mute also, so I'm wondering if she's not getting it clicked off.
Diane, are you hearing us okay? Can you take yourself off of mute? Okay, it does not look like that's happening. So I am going to go ahead, Marissa, and hand controls over to you so we can get started.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead and give that a try. Just move your cursor around a little bit. There we go, and I can see you, and then you can either use those or your arrow forward and back on your keyboard.
Okay.
And okay, it's all yours.
Okay. Well, Hello, my name is Marissa Siemens. I am a civil engineer with TDH Engineering. We are the consulting engineers for the City of Electric City. Mayor Diane Kohout is also online, and she was supposed to be presenting, and we're not sure why she's not able to speak or have video right now. So I will kind of run through the presentation, and if Diane gets access technically, she will be able to chime in. So the City of Electric City is looking for funding for doing a ABA/ADA facility renovations to the Cooley Playland facility in Electric City. So where is Cooley Playland? Cooley Playland is right on the limits of Electric City in Grant County, Washington, and it is on the banks of Banks Lake. This is a quick screenshot of the site location. So you can see Cooley Playland consists of a campground, boating facilities, including multiple mooring facilities, a concrete boat launch, a fueling slip, and other facilities for residents in the area to enjoy. So what does the project need for this site? Cooley Playland has been leased by the city since the 1950s. As I mentioned, it has a campground, docks, and concrete boat launch facilities. And a few years ago, the Bureau of Reclamation performed an ABA site inspection, and they identified multiple ABA and ADA deficiencies that are needing to be upgraded, of which the city is responsible for covering along with the concessionaire of Cooley Playland.
Marissa?
Yes. Oh,
Oh,
you're here.
I had lost my control bar for some reason and I couldn't unmute myself.
Okay.
And so I had to go out and come back in.
Perfect. Would you like to take over now?
So I can take over, and I want to apologize for that, as well as the fact that I was out sick all last week with a bad cold and it's not quite gone yet. So the more I talk, the more I have a tendency to start coughing, and I hope that won't happen. But as
Mayor,
Marissa,
you're among friends, so don't worry about it.
okay, thank you so much. So as Marissa was saying, the project will bring Cooley Playland's lower campground and boating facilities into compliance with ABA and ADA requirements. So those improvements are going to include replacing the fuel slip, as well as one of the moorage slips, and installing ADA accessible restroom with shower facilities, and improvements to parking and sidewalks, and as well as putting in an ADA accessible tent, and then RV campsites. This campground is extremely popular and is always full during the whole season of fishing and camping every year. So the project need inventory of the existing sites at the next, yes. This site has been leased and operated since January 1st, 1954, and it is just over 8.5 acres. The site is split into a lower campground and an upper campground because of the lay of the land. The project focuses on the lower campground and the boating facility renovations. So the upper campground will be addressed in a future phase. The existing boating facilities do include a concrete boat launch and 2 boat launch docks. There are 4 moorage slips, 1 fueling slip. There is a bait shop with boat rentals and fishing supplies. And the boat rentals do include pontoon boats, fishing boats, kayaks, pedal boats, and stand-up paddleboards. The existing lower campground facilities do include a full restroom with showers and 30 camping spots for tents and RV campers, but none of those are accessible sites. There are 2 vault accessible restrooms though. The physical condition of the inventory, the mooring and fueling docks, of course, are not ABA, ADA compliant. The gaps between the dock sections, if you can see, are greater than a half an inch. And you can also see the changes in the level along the travel path. It is not conducive to someone having mobility challenges. So there is no transition plates. The elongated openings in the slips are not perpendicular to the direction of travel either. There is no accessible tent or RV camper sites right now. The main shower and the bathroom building are not ABA, ADA compliant at all. There's no accessible restroom stall or shower, and a barrier actually exists with entering that building. The entrance is also not flush with the parking area. As you can see, there is a step up. Excuse me. The bait and tackle store, there is no accessible parking spot. There's no hardened surface walkway from the parking area to the store or to the rental counter or to the water access and fueling station. There is no hardened surface walkway from campsites and parking to the gangway or the slips. So right now, Coulee Playland cannot safely serve guests that have those mobility issues. Let's see. The project would serve guests with mobility issues. So once it is completed, the regional population is considered unserved and underserved. There is a Colville reservation that is nearby, about 3.5 miles, and it is CDBG eligible, which considers LMI and unemployment. So Grant County and Electric City and other cities and counties in that region. The existing site usage has over almost 5,000 reservations annually. It has 120 to 140 boats per summer weekend that stop there for fueling. The campground is sold out every weekend, and at least half of the users have boats, whether they're motorized or paddle. They do paddle boarding, they have jet skis, kayaks, all different kinds of water sport equipment. The site is already in use with high demand in the summer. So how the project meets the need, replacing these two existing slips with ADA compliant slips that are, one is for mooring and one is for fueling, that allows those guests with mobility needs to be able to accomplish these kinds of tasks and be able to enjoy their boats. How the project meets the need, it will replace the existing bathroom and shower building with an accessible facility, one of those CXT buildings. It will renovate 2 of the existing RV spaces to be fully accessible RV spaces, and it will renovate 1 existing tent site to be ADA accessible. Accessible camping sites will be in compliance with the U.S. Access Board's accessibility guidelines for outdoor areas. Excuse me. So the city priority, the project need is the project named by location or type as a priority or in an adopted plan. Yes, all the improvements of this project were included in Electric City's 10-year ABA transition plan, which was required by the Bureau, the 2017 Park and Recreation Plan, and the 2014 Shoreline Master Program. Excuse me. The RCO 2023 SCORP states the difficult work of acquiring, building, and maintaining the state's complex portfolio of public lands and outdoor recreation assets is the work of many federal, state, and local government agencies, tribes, and nonprofit partners. Washington would not have such a rich history in outdoor recreation and public lands conservation without the significant efforts of the collective outdoor recreation and conservation community. This project is a perfect example of how multiple agencies, such as the City of Electric City, the Bureau of Reclamation, and the Coulee Playland concessionaire, are working together to move this project forward by developing that 10-year transition plan and securing funding through the cost-sharing agreements, the city's annual budgeting efforts, and the concessionaire performing some of the minor work. Hopefully, with RCO's contribution, this project will be fully funded and constructed then within 5 years.
Dan, I did want to just let you know you've got about a minute and a half left and not yet through the first criteria. So just wanted to just bring that to your attention. We only have about a minute to go.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the site suitability, of course, the site is perfectly located on the shores of Banks Lake. And the current zoning is commercial. The neighboring areas are commercial and residential. So Banks Lake is 27 miles long, built by the Bureau of Reclamation in the Coulee Dam project and used strictly for boating, fishing, and water sports. The city's lease with the Bureau expires in 2029, and we anticipate a lease extension and a new lease agreement to be executed. And of course, the city leases the site then to the concessionaire. The estimated costs for these improvements are significantly higher than originally estimated in the 10-year plan, and the city just cannot cover this additional expense and must secure some outside funding to help with this project. So the project design, as you can see, the docks, there's one proposed dock and the fueling slip. There's the restroom shower facilities, the paving of the parking, driving, and trail areas. And they will be designed for a 20-year lifespan. Concrete sidewalks and accessible camping sites, 50-year lifespan. Aesthetics, the new restroom and shower facility will match the existing vault restrooms and same manufacturer, etc. The accessible campsite layouts will focus on providing the best views for the campers. The CXT building will be low maintenance and easy to clean. All fixtures in the restroom will be stainless steel, and the docks will be night docks that are low maintenance. The design incorporates user-friendly and universally accessible elements, and there will be new sidewalks and paved trail to provide all users access to the waterfront and boating facilities. This will reduce the risk of tripping and falling hazards on the slips, more efficient to operate and maintain, and improve restroom and shower facilities. So the project design cost estimate was developed by TD&H, and the quotes received from Night Boat Docks numbers are based on 2027 estimated construction costs. So this does assume a 5% inflation per year and a 10% construction contingency. The sponsor match is $719,320 from the Bureau of Reclamation, $143,864 from Electric City. The sustainability, the median income for Electric City is $61,435. The population is 956. And the older population of Electric City is 45.4%. There are a lot of retirees that do live in Electric City. Grant County demographics show median income at 66,837 with a total population of 102,678.
Unfortunately, I am gonna have to cut you off, just to make sure that the advisory committee members have the opportunity to provide to you some feedback. Are you able to just quickly get through the rest of your slides, just so that the advisory committee members can see, you know, kind of what they look like and what's included in them?
Okay, so the cost benefit is number 7. You know, this lake provides all these activities that provide enjoyment for everyone. The boats on trailers on number 8 shows that the new fueling slip will benefit motorized trailer boats. And so they will have easy access to that. 9A, boating experience on Bank Lakes. It's 42 square miles, and like I said, it was 27 miles long. 60 to 70 boats stop a day for fuel. Boating experience, Cooley Playland holds 13 to 15 fishing tournaments a year, mainly for bass, although there are other types of fish within the lake that are also popular. So the current and expected boat speeds usually around 40 miles per hour. The readiness, preliminary site plan is complete, drone survey is complete. Project has a lot of public support, and the project has 60% of the cost secured.
Thank you very much, Diane. I do want to just bring to your attention that criteria number 3, which is urgency, you do not need to address that criteria. That's actually for acquisition projects.
Oh,
so for
okay.
your final presentation, you can certainly delete that one. So we'll go ahead and jump into some comments, and we'll start with Carl and then go to Linda.
Had a really good look to it. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Am I break?
You froze for a minute. Yep. Go right
Okay. Your presentation had a really good look to it. I would highly recommend that you, we're listening to you. I don't want to have to read your slides also. So, you know, maybe bullet point, but not actual information underneath the bullet points. You can tell us that stuff. Otherwise, you're just kind of reading the slides. You know, pictures tell 1,000 words. You know, show us the stuff, and then
oh, you froze again. Carl, we missed your last part. You froze again. You may need to turn your camera off again. Oh, he froze again. I'm going to mute him.
Okay.
Linda, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah.
You wanted me to go ahead?
Yes, please.
I had a few questions and comments you don't need to respond to. It's just items that you could address in your next presentation. The grant manual talks about fuel sales equipment and as not an eligible project, but I don't know if that's just the purchase of, or it includes taking out what's there and putting it all back in, and whether or not the float string dedicated for fueling is eligible for the grant. So that might be something you would look into, because I don't know. And then in the application, you have 12 vehicle stalls and 3 for vehicle and trailers, and 3 of the vehicle are ADA. But I don't see anywhere on the site in this paving project where you have any vehicle and trailer parking stalls on the lower level anyway.
Okay.
And then why not replace the vault toilet with the new CTX and keep the facility that has flush toilets and showers, and maybe at a later date, update it, pave the entrance so there isn't a step up, and make each side a one person or family space that is accessible. And then also, is the city planning to sell Playland? There was a article I read that said at the end of 2022 they had put it on hold because of the ADA issues needing to be corrected first. Are those potential buyers still waiting? And since your lease is expiring in 2029, will a new buyer be responsible for renewing it? Or I don't know what the status is on that, and you might want to address that. Then also, I read that there were projects already accomplished in prior years that included accessible docks, and I was wondering which ones those are. And also, is this site open only April through October to the public? And is the rest of the year for only campers? Or is the entire facility closed down? And whether or not the request should be prorated for the camping upgrades if it is close to boating. That was it.
Thank you so much for those comments, Linda.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, great. Diane, Marissa, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. We will now move on to Port of Bremerton. And I have James Weaver. Hello,
That's correct.
James. Hey, James, I am going to go ahead and hand controls over to you.
All right. And we are controlling.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, give that a shot and make sure you can advance your slides forward and back. It looks like you're probably good. Okay, James, it's all yours. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, there it goes. Thank you. And I'll be really brief. I'll be sensitive to the board's time. I know you've seen a fair amount of projects already. This is the Port of Bremerton Evergreen Boat Ramp Repair request. There we go. Project site is at the Evergreen Park, which is located in Bremerton, Washington. And it's a collaboration between the city of Bremerton and the Port of Bremerton. The location is 11 miles due west of Seattle. We like to say we're very close, but as the crow flies, and just an hour away by ferry. Serving both Dyes Inlet, St. Clair Inlet, and Port Orchard, Washington Narrows waterways on the west side of Puget Sound. The Port of Bremerton service area far expands beyond the city of Bremerton and includes all of South Kitsap, all the way to the Mason County and Hood Canal area, extending down to where it joins Mason and Pierce, and includes the waterways along Culvill's Passage where Vashon Island is as well. Oops, stepped ahead. Our project goal is very simple. We are looking to repair a vital shoreline access for local boaters and kayakers and small watercraft to the saltwater sound of Dyes Inlet and adjacent waterways in the city of Bremerton. This was a 2014 update that was a partnership with the state. And what we have found since the original construction, the waterways have had significant increased tidal currents, and the Dyes Inlet near Silverdale experiences up to 7 knots of current as it flows in and out on these king tides, especially like this weekend, where a significant amount of eddies have formed around this facility and have removed the riprap and rockeries that had been placed along the edges of it to protect it more than a decade ago. As you can see, all of the riprap and rocks have been moved by the waterways. They're in the far right corner of the picture and have not been able to protect the facility, which has now been undermined over time due to those tidal actions as the cycles of tides go through this area. The foundation and scouring that has occurred has created a bit of an emergency with this project. The city of Bremerton has continued to provide maintenance, but we're seeking a partnership with RCO to be able to make this immediate improvement and correction to this valuable facility. What this does provide and the local need is our boat launch for the city of Bremerton. With a population of just under 30,000 people, water trails access for small craft and kayaking, fishing access, and wildlife viewing. The project scope is very straightforward. It's simply a replacement of the abutting protection on the existing ramp, which is in good condition, to fill the underlying spaces that have been scoured out with grout and to ensure a long life for this facility. The city of Bremerton will be conducting all of the work in-house and have identified materials and construction costs, which is being requested from RCO to be able to fund this important improvement. They've also provided the design in-house as well, using UltraBlock as the approved method in consultation with the local Army Corps engineers and ESA tribal analysis for the permitting for this project, which we all have in hand, ready to go. The UltraBlock is a least intrusive replacement of the rockery that had been placed previously, and then the grout would be pumped in and have no interaction with the water once the UltraBlock is in place. The project budget has a total cost of $222,710, and has been identified. If you refer to your project fact sheet, the request for RCO is $125,000 of that construction cost, with $97,719 as the sponsor share, essentially with a 56% share from RCO and a 44% share from our local sponsor match, well and above of the thresholds identified within the program manual. Also, that includes up to $16,000 in the engineering and aspects for our cultural resources, which have also been well within the thresholds identified for those proportional matches. This is a partnership between the city and the port. We've had an interlocal with this facility since 1988 and have worked together multiple times to make sure that the community continues to benefit from this important facility in the center of downtown Bremerton. The Port of Bremerton is bringing this request on behalf of both organizations as we work together to correct these repairs. I did notice there is an error in our PowerPoint, and they added an extra $97,000 instead of a proportional $97,000 on this slide. That's an item that we will be correcting shortly. So this technical review is very helpful just for identifying that oversight. I appreciate that. Please refer to your fact sheet for the correct proportion of that, with a total project cost of $222,719 and a sponsor match of $97,719, leaving the RCO request to only be $125,000. The boat renovations will be occurring immediately after the funding, spring in 2025. And the goal is to complete them prior to the summer of the 24 season. Currently, one of the ramps is already closed to the public due to the fact that undue pressure or weight on that side of the ramp may imbalance many of the concrete panels before we get a correction in place. City staff will be used for construction, installation, and project completion, and that will maximize the efficiency and the ability to be cost effective in this solution. So my name's James Weaver. I'm the Director of Marine Facilities for the Port of Bremerton, and happy to answer any questions. Appreciate your time on this.
Thank you very much, James. I do want to just bring to your attention, James, that there is a set of evaluation criteria in our grant manual that needs to be answered for the technical review and the evaluation in February. That set of criteria is what this advisory committee scores the project based off of. So I would just encourage you to take a look at the BFP grant manual and that evaluation criteria. And
I
just make sure
appreciate
you're
that.
addressing them.
And our corrections will include direct references to those items, specifically 1A through F.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's go ahead and go with Shane and then with Linda.
Yeah, it looks pretty straightforward. I would just recommend you confirm with RCO that this qualifies. It even has repair in the title, which I don't think we see many or anything that says repair.
Okay.
Or if it's going to have to be prorated because it's repairs to infrastructure that's only 10 years old. So anyway, just double check on all that stuff to make sure it's going to qualify and is good to go. But thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Shane. Go ahead, Linda.
I was just wondering about the blocks. Are these those great big 2.5 by 2.5 by 5 foot blocks that you're
Yes.
putting in here, or are they smaller?
No, they're the large ultra blocks, which are equivalent to an ecology block or similar. They just tie together with a little better configuration so that they are literally unmovable once they're put in place with each other.
Oh, I was wondering, it looked like there was going to be a lip on the ramp, and I was wondering if the tire could knock them out of place anyway. I was wondering what was anchoring them. It's just the fact that they're so huge, you can't move them around. You don't need to anchor them at all. Just the
Correct.
stacking will keep them in place.
Correct. There is no lip on the ramp currently, so this will be an improvement on that safety barrier on both sides. And the fact that they're interlocked, much like stacking bricks, each layer is offset one. It provides a continuity that keeps those blocks in place. I can't imagine a large vehicle being able to even budge them.
Right. And then how you say the ramp is in poor condition, how are you going to get these blocks in place if you can't drive over the ramp to put them in place? You're going to go over the beach?
No, I've identified a light crane to be able to just drop them in place. The ramp is not that long, and the upland facility has the ability for that extension to reach all the way to the lowest extension of that ramp.
Okay, and then on an attachment on your application, the map boundary, there was a little note that said the engineer wants the rock and armoring removed from the ultra block location and the area outlined. And it's like 200 tons of rock. Taking that all out, won't that increase the erosion that could happen? And then you have your outflow pipe. Won't there be a chance of damaging that by taking all of this rock out? And why do they want to do that?
The rock has been migrating over time and moving with the currents. Those current rocks are very small, less than 1 man rock. So essentially, they're small enough that they could be hand moved individually. And the first instance was to remove them from locations where they could continue to migrate and to stack them against the new wall. So it's more of a relocation than a removal.
Oh, in your cost estimate, it looked like you were charging for a removal of 200 tons of rock.
I think that's mostly for the foundations to the block just directly below that.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. And we'll also, take a look at those budget, items, as well, for sure. Any other questions? Lowell, go right ahead.
Yeah, hi, Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. I was wondering if you had talked with anyone at DNR about the repairs, just making sure that you coordinate the designs for any state-owned aquatic lands.
Yes,
Great.
the majority of the site is upland from the DNR lease, but the lower half is within the DNR lease, and that's something that both the city and the port share, and we'll continue to work with DNR as this progresses.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lowell. That kind of leads me to, so I had a couple questions, James, about permits, status of permits, or what permits may be needed, and also if there's been any investigation into required mitigation for a project like this.
There has been, yes, and both an HPA, shoreline exemption, building permit, and a U.S. Army Corps permit are all the ones that we've been pursuing and should have mostly in place to this point. In mitigation, we've discussed this, and it was identified that the impacts would not require significant mitigation in this particular location.
Okay, great. That might be something maybe just to integrate into the final presentation come time for evaluation.
Absolutely. I will pull those
Fantastic.
documents back in.
Great. Thanks so much, James. Lowell, I see your hand is up. Is that left over, or did you have anything? Okay, great. Okay. Great.
Well,
James, thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you again, and I hope I get you back in your time frame.
Thank you. Okay,
Appreciate
next
it.
up, we have City of Lakewood. Make sure we have Mary Dodsworth. Hello, Mary. I will get your presentation started here.
Okay.
And then I will gotta find you here. Okay. Go ahead and move your cursor around, Mary, and make sure you have control over the presentation.
Okay. Do you want to hit enter?
There we go. Okay, so I can see your cursor. If you just want to try out advancing your slides, going forward and back, make sure you have control over it.
Okay, just where the advancing part, like.
There you go.
Oh, we're on it now. Okay.
You got it. Okay, Mary, it's all yours. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready?
You're ready. It's all yours.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I'd say good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here. My name's Mary Dodsworth, and I'm here from the City of Lakewood to share information on the Edgewater Park Boat Launch Improvement Project. So where's Lakewood? The City of Lakewood is located on the west side of the mountains in the Puget Sound region. We are along I-5 between Seattle and Tacoma. The City of Lakewood is surrounded by the cities of Tacoma, University Place, Steilacoom, and adjacent to Joint Base Lewis-McChord. The red star shows you where Edgewater Park is located in the center of our region. And this slide shows you the Lakewood community. We are an area of 20 square miles and a population of 64,000 people. Edgewater Park is located in the center of our city on Lake Steilacoom. Lake Steilacoom is 308 acres and the second largest lake in our city. This slide shows you the entire Edgewater Park master plan, which has been divided into two sections. I just wanted to show you that the left section is outlined in blue, and that's a new park improvement project. The second area to the right, which is outlined in green, is our boat launch improvement project. I wanted you to see that the boat launch was connected to and a part of a bigger project, but this boat launch project stands alone. And this development project will develop 0.5 acres of an undeveloped parkland to provide a new boat launch for motorized access to Lake Steilacoom. This is a graphic you'll see throughout the presentation. and the basis of our project. So, public need. With a city named Lakewood, you would think that we are a city full of freshwater lakes, water access sites, and trees. In reality, Lakewood has very little public access to freshwater lake. And let me accentuate the words public access. The city incorporated in 1996, and at that time, the city was already 95% built out. Almost all of the lake shorelines are privately developed, so you can see in this aerial photo of Lake Steilacoom. It's entirely residential. This map shows you an inventory of all the developed public water access areas in our city. There's only 6 public access points to freshwater lakes. Of the 6 water access points, only 4 include public boat launches. So let's chat real quick about the condition of the boat launches in Lakewood. American Lake is the 2nd largest lake in the city, or in Pierce County, largest lake in Lakewood. And this is the first launch is located on Camp Murray, but it's actually open to the public. You actually have to leave Lakewood to enter this isolated area. It's a rural launch with little to no site amenities, and it's managed by Fish and Wildlife. The second launch is also on American Lake, but it's more easily accessible to our regional neighbors. Improvements were made to this launch almost 20 years ago, and 2 of the 3 launches are currently closed due to seasonal low water and some damage for overuse. This little launch is on Lake Louise, which is also entirely residential. This launch is not paved. It has significant utility vaults you can see in the picture, so it's very difficult to actually launch your boat onto this lake. And finally, this boat launch, we are at Edgewater Park. This is the only developed boat launch on Lake Steilacoom. This single lane launch was developed in the 70s as a street end near undeveloped land. It's very critical that this launch is maintained or improved or moved to support access to this lake. The current location of the single lane boat launch is in the center of the park at a 3-way intersection, which creates a lot of traffic issues and conflicts of use. The road you must use to launch at this boat launch is quite steep, and there's lots of site issues at the intersection. The launch is short and difficult to manage. Without a dock, people have to tie their boats to a tree so that they can go and try and find parking in the neighborhood. The road is very narrow and there's no sidewalks and there's no established parking. But people park there anyway. This creates emergency access issues as well as safety issues that need to be addressed. So how else do we know that there's public need for water access in Lakewood? Water access is a high priority in all of our local planning documents, such as our comp plan, our shoreline plan, our PROS plan, and our approved CIPs. A lack of water access is also identified in several regional planning documents. And our local goals in Lakewood align with the state SCORP goals, which acknowledge the impacts of climate change, the importance of protecting and providing water access for future generations, the need to support safe and meaningful access while making sure that any new development doesn't result in a net loss of shoreline or further degrade our shoreline values. And especially in Lakewood, all of the plans address the need for equity and access for all. Lakewood's one of the few cities in the state whose population is represented by a majority of BIPOC people, over 54%. We're proud of that, but many of these folks are living below the poverty line, they're underrepresented, and they deal with health disparities. In fact, the census tract within a 10-minute walk from Edgewater Park are people living below the HUD poverty levels. They're in need of free and accessible spaces to play, and by creating this new boat launch, we will make strides in creating water access for all. Question number 2, site suitability. So Edgewater Park is outlined in red, and it's completely a 2.8-acre undeveloped linear park on the shores of Lake Steilacoom. So the city looked at various spaces around the lake to consider alternative locations for a new boat launch. Because of the residential development, there are just no other public spaces big enough to build a boat launch. We would need to purchase land, remove houses in order to create a new boat launch with trailer parking. So that's what we did. We determined that using this current undeveloped space, public open space, was the best place to put a new boat launch, but we needed more space. So we purchased property next to the park, we removed structures, and we designed a new boat launch in this location. The new boat launch will take the old one out of the right-of-way. It will take it off the road and add features that will create a much better launch and boating experience. The new launch will be adjacent to the park and near a cove where the topography is naturally sloping towards the water. This is a quieter area of the lake, so boaters can get in and out without having to navigate through busy boat lake traffic. It's a very suitable site. So let's move to question number 4, project design. So how did we come up with the current design? In Lakewood, we don't do anything without getting everyone involved. The project planning started before COVID while updating our comp plan. The city spent over a year engaging community members through open houses and focus groups and stakeholder meetings and surveys. We heard from the public regarding the need for water access, as everyone now has a new awareness and recognize the importance of parks and how they support their physical and mental health. Everyone wanted to see Edgewater Park developed. We heard loud and clear about the issues, the impacts, the concerns, and the needs at this site. We also realized that improving the boating access at this site would reduce some of the impacts placed on other boat launches throughout the city. So let me tell you what we plan to do at this site. First, by moving the boat launch to a new location, we can create a circulation pattern that safely allows vehicles and trailers to easily get across, access to the launch without blocking the roadway. The 15-foot wide concrete launch will include a temporary moorage dock, which will be made out of a fiberglass graded material. The staging and tie down areas will create a more efficient system and will reduce the conflicts and congestion in the launch area. Vehicle and trailer parking are highly requested and much needed. 5 truck and trailer spots will be created along with 5 off-street parking spots. One of the trailer parking spaces will be ADA accessible. Our restroom will support folks getting ready to embark or just getting back from boating. We're installing a Portland loo. This type of restroom reduces the impact of people using the nearby bushes or homeless people staying in it all day and all night. This is a flushing toilet, so it's much easier to install and maintain. A small picnic shelter adjacent to the launch will allow folks to meet and to gather, have lunch before or after boating. And this dock at the end came with the property, so that provides a safe place for folks to come out and watch the activities occurring at the boat launch and or on the lake from a safe distance. At Folly, the yellow arrows show you that the ADA accessible pathways that will help people safely get to and from the boat launch to the various site amenities. So how much is this going to cost? It's just over $3 million. A detailed cost estimate was created by our consultants, and there is an escalator included to acknowledge permitting and construction timeline. Question number 6, sustainability. These improvements will provide environmental benefits. The site is already cleared and ready for improvements. We were strategic in how we located the improvements, so no trees or tree canopy will be removed. The overall master plan ensures that there's no net loss of shoreline. Our wetland and shoreline restoration plan will remove invasive plants and add native plants to increase ecological function and support the local wildlife, all the birds, the bugs, and the bees. This project supports our city climate change and urban forestry initiatives. And then boating creates social benefits as well by reducing stress and helping people escape a very pressured life. Boating promotes physical fitness by encouraging people to water ski or fish or swim. Social connections will be made. Boaters will meet boaters. Neighbors will meet neighbors, along with intergenerational family bonding. The economic benefits include creating jobs to build and maintain this project, and our community will benefit from the local sales of goods and services, food and fuel and toys needed to play for the day on the lake. Question number 7, cost benefits. They're great. We've already completed surveys and studies such as wetland delineations and critical area reports and traffic studies. The land for the boat launch has already been cleared and ready for development. The materials needed will be locally sourced to reduce cost, freight, and their carbon footprint. This project will integrate apprenticeship utilization goals to support our future workforce in the region. We will permit all improvements concurrently to save time and reduce cost escalation. We've established partnerships with DOE. We have Conservation Youth Corps, the Washington Trails Association, Forever Green Trails, neighbors, and local churches who all come together to support work parties and site maintenance. We're working with the Pierce Conservation District on some native plant donations and restoration work. We've got letters of support which will be added to PRISM. Question number 8 is boat on trailers. The entire project and site was designed specifically for boats on trailers. There are improvements to the park adjacent to the property that support non-motorized watercraft, so that won't be part of this project. This leads us to question number 9, boating experience. This site has a rich history of boating use. For the last 10,000 plus years, indigenous people, including our Nisqually tribe partners, fished and gathered along the shores of Lakewood. In the 1920s, a bathhouse that included boating and picnicking was located in the same cove as the boat launch, but that facility burned down, and here is the lake today. The improvements we make today will greatly increase the boating experience, and once built, boaters will be able to easily get on and off the lake to play, float, and fish. You can fish year-round in this lake, and it's annually stocked with rainbow trout. At 306 acres, there's room on this lake for more boating activity. Question 10, readiness. We're ready to go. We've done a lot of the preliminary work. We know we've got a great design that's permittable. We have our permit contacts and pathways defined, and we have our matching funds in hand, and we're ready to move forward. So we hope you're as excited about this as we are, and will help us get this project started. Any questions?
Great, thank you very much, Mary, for that presentation. We will go ahead and start with Carl and then Linda.
Hello, Mary.
Hi, Carl.
Very nicely done. You've never done this before, have you? No, excellent use of slides. It was very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Carl.
Carl, go ahead, Linda.
Yes, I have actually quite a few comments on this one. So you don't need to respond. I just want to bring them to your attention. For the picnic shelter, restroom, and beach that are planned, how are these used primarily or exclusively by the boater, or should they be prorated? And is the beach eligible? And where can you put your boat while you're using these? Are you allowing boats or jet skis to tie up to the viewing pier or nose into the beach that you have next to the launch? And then also your picnic shelter is actually in the other boundary, but your expense is on the BF boating facility request. And then also the cost estimate for the picnic tables are also on the boating, but they look like they're all in the other boundary for the other section. And then on the boating request, there's also a cost estimate of $143,000 for a shade structure. Is that the picnic shelter that you also have listed under picnic shelter for a cost of $31,000? And I'm wondering about your ramp costs. They're very high. Other projects are usually about 120 to 180,000. This is 402,000. It says that it's 24 feet by 60 feet. Are you planning 2 lanes? In your presentation, you said it was only 15 feet wide. You may want to look at that, especially since it's only got 5 parking spots for a 24-foot boat ramp that could possibly be 2 lanes. And then you have 6 pilings for a viewing structure. Are you taking the pilings out of that pier at the end, or are those actually for your floats? You didn't have anything listed for the floats. And I think you're planning 3 floats, each 20 feet long, but your entries are very confusing. The cost listed is about $86,000 a piece, which is also very high. And I'm wondering what the reason that is there something special about those? And the 6 pilings, do you really need 6 pilings for 3 floats if that's actually the number that are there? And then connecting your floats to shore, I don't see a cost for a gangway or an abutment included. And for your parking, you only have 5 spots, and I'm thinking this is going to be very busy. And the neighborhood streets seem very tight, and I'm wondering where the overflow is going to park. And speaking of parking, the other requests had, for the other boundary section of the project, there were, the Aaliyah request essentially had 7 parking stalls with 2 vehicle trailer spots. The WWRP request had 7 parking stalls with 2 accessible. And then this request has 4 new vehicle stalls and 5 trailer vehicles with one accessible. And I can't figure out where all these are. And it sounds like there's an overlap between all of this cost-wise. And so I was hoping you'd take a second look at that. And then this section on the screen here of the road that it says it's two-way. You've changed it to one way from the north and one way on Foster. There isn't any traffic that could go the opposite direction. So I'm wondering why that is two-way. And all of these requests for this entire park have fencing listed, but I don't see any fencing in any of the diagrams. And so, and then one other comment, looking through the costs, I don't have a lot of confidence in the entries that have been made, and I would hope that you would take a second look at those. You talk about the house that was taken down and demoed. Some of the costs are so high that I'm wondering if the cost for that work is wrapped into the expenses for this project.
Great. Those are all really great comments. So I can see that there were several things that might have gotten left in the cost estimate that were not part of this project, like a shade. And so we'll check on those things. The project itself does, and can you see my cursor? And I'm not going to go into all the details because we'll fix those. We'll totally fix those in Prism. But the project does, we were really clear about setting a boundary right here between this project development and the park project. So there isn't any overlap there, shouldn't be overlap there. But I can see a couple things got missed in the carrying over between one budget to the next. So we'll clarify those things and make sure that they're correct. And also with the dimensions and all of that. So I really appreciate Linda, your attention to detail. You are on it. So I really appreciate that. We'll get those cleaned up. But we are looking at a single lane. That's really what will fit there, not a double lane. And the amenities are really that we've put in for here are for the boat launch individuals, not the park project. So we'll clarify those in the presentation.
That would be great, Mary. Thank you so much. And thank you so much again for your thorough comments, Linda. That was greatly appreciated. Any other comments for Mary? Go ahead, Lowell.
Yeah, hi. That was an amazing presentation. Nice graphics. Great job. Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. I just wanted to know if you had talked to DNR at all about the designs of the boat ramp, because, you know, some of this will be on state-owned aquatic lands perhaps, and just wanted to make sure that besides the other permitting agencies, you'd also talk to the state.
Yeah, we were just double checking to see how far out into the state-owned lands that we may be, and the design was focused on fish and wildlife ramp. They've done work with us before in the area, and so but we'll make sure that we clarify with everybody, so we're including all the things we need to include, or recognizing all the issues that need to be addressed. So appreciate that.
Great, thank you very much, Lowell. Any last comments before I let Mary go and let everybody have their afternoon break? Okay, Mary, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, and we are on our afternoon break, and our next presentation is at 2:20. So I will see everybody then. Hi, Angie. And is that Pat with you?
Yes, this is Pat Kish with me. Yes.
Hello. Thank you both for being here. We'll let people trickle back in from their afternoon break. In the meantime, I will get your presentation started.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great.
Everybody else hear Angie okay? All right, looks like we're doing all right. So Angie, I am gonna go ahead and give controls over to you. Let me find you here. Okay, give that a try. You can just move your cursor around. I'll let you know when it shows up on this end. Sometimes you have to like click or double click in order for it to grab hold. There we go. I can see you now. So go ahead and try advancing forward. Believe it or not, there are little arrows at the bottom left of your presentation, or you can just use your keyboard. Great.
Okay. All right.
It's all yours. Go right ahead.
Okay. We are presenting a project for our Possession Beach boarding floats replacement. The boarding floats themselves are at the end of their functional life, and the port needs to replace this essential aspect of our launching facility. I can give a really quick background. The port procured and built the facility between 1984 and 1987 with funding from IAC and ALEA. 4 of the boarding floats were built in 1987 and 2 were built in 1991. So they're about 35 years old at this point in time. And then in 2015, we were awarded a construction grant and we renovated the boat ramp and we refurbished the boarding floats at that time. They were in okay shape. And so we spent about $23,000 to give them about 7 more years of life at this point in time so far. So that was a pretty good investment, but it's about time now for us to replace them. To orient yourself, here's Whidbey Island and Puget Sound. The boarding floats are at the very southern tip of the island in Clinton, Washington. Here's a close-up of the site and the community roads around the area. There's no major thoroughfare in this area. And then this is an overview of the satellite image of the whole park, and I can give you more details about the aspects of this park here in a bit. We created some guesstimates of launches. We don't have an exact count, but during the major shrimp and crab openings, the launch sees a lot of usage and then gets usage throughout the whole entire year. This is one of the community favorites for launching. Yeah. There are other boat ramps around, but there are restrictions on them, and I tried to summarize that here. Bush Point, you can launch at relatively low tides, but the weather and the currents can be quite severe there. So I think a lot of people try to avoid that area. The next closest launches need a really significant tide to launch because it's quite shallow. So at Possession here, this project site, you can launch at a 0 tide. So it's quite usable for the community. It is in our recently adopted plan. The recommendation from our consultant is to replace the boarding floats at a couple of our boat launches, including this one, Possession. And then here's a good picture of their state. They're made out of very heavy timber, And the flotation in them is actually shown here on the underside. It's styrofoam on the inside that we really would like to try to get out of the water. And then here are a picture of the structures on the floats. This has seen some wear and tear from its connection, and this is how another float that's really seen very significant wear and tear with not very many options for fixing this. You know, the wood that holds these in place is old and soft, and so it's pretty important for us to just replace these guys. Some attributes of the park. There's a public restroom here, and then there's the flow of traffic is very convenient. You come down and you launch here with some extra wiggle room here, and then to park, you come up this one way, and there's some parking here for just cars, and you loop around here and park head on into these parking spaces up here, and then come back down and vice versa. Sorry. And in addition, there's a lot of picnic areas down here, and then Uplands is a very beautiful hiking trail. So we don't have a current design at the moment. However, during the boat ramp renovation in 2000 that was performed in 2017, we gained specific information about the site and the boarding floats. And so we'll use that information to provide to consultants for permitting and engineering new floats and to a contractor for building. Our current plan is to actually just go ahead and get started on this very, very soon ahead of potential funding, because I know permitting takes a while and we're willing to put our resources into that initial step to get it going. We're really worried about the life of these floats. And so I'm trying to time it so that we can get them designed and constructed here in the next couple to 3 years. And the new floats will comply with current environmental standards, including light permeable surfaces and to remove styrofoam. Yeah, project will be the same footprint to the existing structure. The as I mentioned, light permeable, and our current operations are to remove the floats during the winter to both save the structure of the floats and then also provides reduces the impact to the environment during those winter months. We have a couple of other similar projects going on right now as well, so we're able to use those numbers for a good cost estimate for design and permitting. And then I also talked to a couple of the other successful applicants from the last round with similar projects to get a good estimate on the boarding floats construction. It will add to the recreational activity in the area. It'll be better for the environment. Having a non-slip surface will be much improved over what we have now. In addition, the current floats are so very heavy that we have to float them out to pull them out of the water. We don't have access to equipment that can lift them where we live, so it's quite difficult to get them out annually. These boarding floats are essential for the ease of recreational trailerable boating. I put in a little picture of the various fishing areas available from our boat launch here. So there's lots of fishing to get to from here. It's adjacent to Puget Sound. We have thousands of users. There's highly productive fishing grounds in the area, and then good access to Everett, Mukilteo, Edmonds, and surrounding cities. It is an existing facility. It's been owned and controlled and managed by the port for 40 years. The recent renovation provides us with a great platform to move forward with this project, and it's relatively simple. I really hope. And then, like I said, we have experience on a couple of other projects doing similar things, so that institutional knowledge is good right now. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Andy. Okay, we have a couple hands up. We will start with Linda and then Carl.
Hi, I just had a couple comments. Your expenses are only listed for the floats. Do you have additional expenses for the demo and disposal of all of the old ones in your cost estimate? Is that included?
That's a good question. I hadn't considered disposition.
Okay.
They're easily removed. We know we remove them every year, so that's not a big deal, but that's a good point.
Okay, and then on the application, you stated that the permits weren't eligible for reimbursement because you're starting before the grant decisions are made, but because this is a development project, I believe they are eligible to be included in the grant once the agreement's in place and the permit process started less than 3 years prior. So you might want to check on that.
Okay, that sounds good. I think our intention is to apply for reimbursement, but I know that if we start spending money now, per se, I don't think they're eligible for reimbursement until a grant agreement is signed. But I will definitely check on that. Thank you.
Yeah, Linda, you picked up on the same thing as I did. I actually was messaging on the side to the grant manager for this one. And he did confirm that so long as it's not actual development activities, those could be eligible pre-agreement costs, eligible for reimbursement once there is a grant award. And just like what you said, Linda, so long as it wasn't more than 3 years prior to the grant agreement being put in place. So we'll definitely connect with you and make sure that those are integrated into your budget.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Linda. Were you done, Linda?
I am finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Carl. Carl, are you there? If you're talking, you are still on mute.
There we go.
There you go.
Apologize. Just sorry, my 90-year-old mom just called. Nice presentation. Regarding the viewing of the presentation, if you could, a lot of your slides, if you could make them where the pictures are bigger and the verbiage is smaller. Not smaller print when you have just verbiage, but I mean on a slide so that we can see the pictures. And then also one of your slides where you did the fishing experience, it showed a kind of a map of the sound. Land mass and water. I didn't see, where are we going to? I didn't see where you were going, with it, type of a thing. Where are you gonna fish from that look, and where was your location? And then the last one I have is I might have been writing when you did it, but I didn't see a slide showing your new design of ramps. Maybe a picture of what you want to use.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's great feedback. I appreciate it.
Indeed. Thank you, Carl. Any other questions? Comments or feedback? All right. Thank you so much, Angie and Pat. Good to see you both.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next up, we have City of Des Moines. Let's see if we have got Katie on the line. I have Katie from City of Des Moines being signed up, but I am not seeing Katie here. We are just a couple of minutes early. So maybe we will give her a couple of minutes. Does everybody want about 3 or 4 minutes to get up and stretch around? Okay, and then we will come back right before 2:40. We did hear from Katie and she is on her way, so.
Hi.
Oh, hello, it says Scott
Sorry.
Wilson's on your name. Thinking you don't look like Scott.
No, he's back here.
Thanks for being here, you guys.
He is back
Let's
here.
make sure we've got just one more minute. We'll just make sure that we took just a really quick few-minute break in between, since the other one got done a little bit early. So we'll make sure everybody's in. In the meantime, Katie, I am going to give remote access over to you. So let me, okay, go ahead and give that a try. Move your mouse around. There we go. It looks like you have controls already. If you want to try to advance forward and back and make sure that everything's working. Perfect. Okay, and we'll go ahead and get started. It's all yours.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Our email server the last week has been going kaputs for our entire city, and so we've had
no worries.
Missing things. Well, hello everybody. Thank you in advance for letting us do this presentation for you. My name is Katie Bevegny. I'm the Assistant Harbor Master for the City of Des Moines Marina. I have Scott Wilkins, who is our Harbor Master, and Joe Dusenberry, who is our previous Harbor Master with me. I'm going to be presenting on the Redondo Boarding Float Project, Phase 2, Phase 1, which was completed last year with the previously awarded RCO grant. And those floats were deployed for the boating season of 2024. A little history on this area. The Redondo Beach Park and Boat Ramp was built in King County in 1980. It became part of the city after the area was annexed in 1998. In 2002, the city completely rebuilt the parking lot to add more spaces and added another float string and steel pile to the ramp. This was mostly done by an RCO grant as well. This map is identifying the regional location. As you can see towards the bottom, it shows you where the Redondo project location is. The Redondo Beach Park and Boat Ramp is located at the southern tip of Des Moines and is surrounded by a dense populated area of South King County. Oh, clicking too fast here. Oh no. There we go. This is a more close-up version for the location map. On this slide, the park and boat ramp can be accessed by vehicles from 272nd Street or via the Redondo Way off of Highway 99. What you can see from this slide is the need for the project is driven by the scarcity of the saltwater access for trailerable boats in the South King County area and North Pierce King County area. The closest ramp to Des Moines is located in West Seattle. That facility has been upgraded in recent years. There's also an all-weather ramp located at Shilshole and Point Defiance. Both are also all-weather ramps with good parking. The uses of these ramps, including Redondo, is very seasonal, with peak uses occurring from about mid-July through about mid-September. In 2023, the city recorded over 3,000 trailerable boat launches at the Redondo location. We likely serviced more than that, however, not all of those users use our parking facility. Phase 2 is needed because the north float string is no longer serviceable and we were actually unable to deploy it this past season. The boat ramp is also much safer to use when both of our float strings are in place. Redondo has been a saltwater access site for over 100 years. The site consists of these 3 separate parcels. 2 of those parcels are city owned and 1 is owned or leased through the Department of Natural Resources. The 2 city-owned parcels are those 2 yellow boxes that are separated by the Redondo Beach Drive Road. The parcel on the east side of the Redondo Beach Drive is approximately 2.3 acres, and the parcel on the west side is approximately a half acre. The DNR lease, where the green box is approximately 2 acres of aquatic land, totaling approximately 5 acres that are controlled by the city. The upland parcel, the 2.3 acres, is a paved parking lot with 38 vehicle trailers and vehicle trailer spaces and 35 single vehicle spaces. There's also overflow parking that are around the outer rim of the parking lot. The city has projects currently underway that will replace the original public fishing pier, which you're going to see on the left side, and then the restroom on the north side that will also have concession facilities. Similar to the Dash Point, Point Defiance, and Point Robinson locations, this is a popular fishing area, and it is also popular for non-boaters who want to access the beach as well as our 2,800-foot boardwalk. The next about 8 slides are going to go over the project design. For the first phase of the boarding float replacement project, the city retained an engineering firm to analyze the different types of float construction and make a recommendation on which would be most suitable for the wind and wave conditions that are encountered in this area. Their recommendation was to using a heavy timber and totally enclosed flotation. This project will remove the original concrete approach, as you can see here. And on the next slide, you'll see if I can make it do. It'll replace the last of the original 8 feet wide floats. Move too fast. Sorry. It's also going to replace the current spacers. This will allow the new float string to move over about 3 feet, which will increase the usable width of the ramp as it is now. This is showing the concrete approach. It is currently about 8 feet wide, and the new concrete approach would be approximately 5 feet wide. This sloped radius will have to be replaced with a new concrete approach to facilitate backing around the corner and then down the ramp. A safety railing may be required to be installed on this approach. This slide reflects the old style hinge connectors that will be replaced with new hinges that have a piano style hinge design. This is similar to the hinges used at the Mukilteo Lighthouse Park ramp, with one important improvement. It's going to be reflected on this next slide. Instead of using the metal pipe as the pin to connect the 2 hinge halves, the Redondo design uses an HDPE plastic rod as the hinge pin. Since there's not much of a lateral load on the hinges, the HDPE pins last a long time, and the wear on the metal hinges is reduced to almost nothing. These new style hinges are virtually maintenance free, and they are safer basically because they keep the floats connected tightly together and eliminate the bounce that occurs when the old style hinges become worn. This is a photo of what our current floats are that are on the south side. On this last design slide, you can see that the new floats are essentially a big box with glulam beams, and the sides are side ends with internal steel braces. The decking is Department of Fish and Wildlife approved grading, and the flotation is encapsulated and protected from impacts by logs. The primary benefits for this project are increased safety, a more usable ramp, a wider ramp, more accessible boarding floats, increased durability and longevity, and decreased maintenance and operating costs. While not directly contributing to the high level of environmental stewardship currently practiced by the city at the Redondo facility, Completing this final phase of the Redondo ramp upgrades will increase the city's capabilities to continue maintaining this site. The facility has features to protect water quality, including an oil water separator at the washdown location and a sediment collector for parking lot runoff. The marina's current operating plan also calls for daily inspections and cleaning and utilizes full-time staff during the peak boating season to maintain it all. Redondo Ramp is almost exclusively used by recreational trailer boaters. However, we are seeing an increase in the paddle sport users as well. The Redondo Ramp provides access to the region of the Sound that extends from the Point Defiance to the north end of Vashon Island. Over the last 6 years, the Redondo Ramp has averaged about 4,000 launchers a year. This project will result in a wider ramp, more suitable boarding floats, and the upgrades in the hardware will make it easier and less costly to maintain the facility. The city's match amount is in the marina's 2025 approved budget. The SEPA shoreline and JARPA applications will be started in January 2025 using the same float plans that were used for the South Floating String. We are currently discussing the permit status with the Army Corps of Engineers. With this grant, we would be ready to move forward with the project. This concludes our presentation for the Redondo Ramp Boarding Float Project, Phase 2. Happy to answer any questions, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Angie. I would like to say great use of visuals, by the way, throughout your presentation. Shane, go right ahead.
Yeah, this should be an easy one. On your slide headers, it's really helpful if the numbers match the scoring criteria. So you might have 4 slides that have the number 1 on it.
Okay.
And then just make sure those numbers at the top match your scoring criteria. It's a lot easier for us to follow along.
Okay.
If that's the way it's done. And you might, if you need to number individual slides, you could put it somewhere else, like at the bottom, but the top header is important for following. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Shane. Angie, just take a look at the criteria itself. You had 2 criteria that were kind of out of order. Just kind of helps the evaluators to be able to follow along if it's kind of in that sequential order than it is in the grant manual. Great. Okay, let's go ahead and go with Linda, Dawn, and then Lowell.
Hi, I just had a couple things. When you take out those extenders, is that ramp actually 3 feet wider underneath it? So there won't be a space between your float and the ramp where a tire could get caught in a rut?
Yes, the ramp itself is actually larger than the footprint it has now. So when the dock gets moved over, there will still be concrete under the whole entire thing.
Okay. And then you said the South String just got put in 2024. Are your costs essentially what you paid for the South String that you're going to be paying for the North?
That's in addition to that, yes, the answer is yes. But in addition to the estimate for the North String being based on the South String, we also have to demolish and replace that the concrete and timber approach there that you saw in the early slides.
Oh, the abutment. Yeah, I saw a line item for that. Okay.
So that makes it slightly more expensive than the South String.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Linda. And also knowing that these grant funds won't be available until after July 1st of 2025, there could be some inflation on top of that as well. Yeah. Great, thank you. Let's go with Lowell and then Eric.
Hi, yeah. Lowell Dixon, Department of Natural Resources. I just wanted to kind of clarify that the design is going to be the same as the earlier South String, I guess. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So all the grading and materials and everything are the same. And I believe you coordinated with the Department of Natural Resources on the designs of that one. So I'm guessing they know all about this then. Land managers. Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lowell. Go ahead, Eric.
Great presentation. Thank you very much. I'm just curious, do you know off the top of your head how much do you pay DNR to lease that area?
Yeah. That's a no fee public access lease.
Oh, great. Okay. Thanks. Just curious. Appreciate it.
Great. Thanks, Eric. And I may have missed this. I might have been taking notes, but Angie, did you also mention like the permits, the status of permits for this project? Were they obtained already?
No, we actually will start probably right after the first of the year with SEPA and HPA. And then we're still negotiating with the Corps on the status of our permit for existing permit and whether or not that will authorize us to replace the north string as well as the south string.
Gotcha. And did they make any mention about possible mitigation requirements?
No, not really. No.
Okay.
We actually are not changing the overall footprint of the ramp, and we're not changing the overall footprint of the floats. So it's essentially just replacing what was there before and essentially mitigated in 2002 when we added the south float string. So mitigation's already been done.
All right, go ahead. Lowell, you have your hand up? No, okay. Want to make sure I didn't miss you. Any other comments? All right. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for being here, Katie. And we'll see you for evaluation.
And when is this due? When? Yeah.
The evaluation, is that coming out after?
The corrected
version you would like by
the revised revisions.
So evaluation isn't until February.
Okay.
And they would be due 3 days prior to final evaluation. So we don't have you scheduled for evaluation yet, but it's either going to be February 17th or 18th. You've got plenty of time.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Much. We appreciate it.
All right, and we have the last one of the day, which is the City of Everett. We have Lolly. Hello, Lolly. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you. So we will go ahead and just roll right in here. Lolly, I'm going to go ahead and let me find you here. Go ahead and, yeah, it looks like you have control. You've done this before.
They gave us a practice session just like on Friday.
Okay, so go right ahead. It's all yours. Thanks, Lolly.
Thank you. Oh. Sorry, I need to get to go back. Hello, and thank you for having me here today. I'm Lolly Huggins. I'm a capital projects coordinator with the City of Everett, and I'm here to present our proposal for the boat launch at Langus Riverfront Park.
Lolly, we are having a hard time hearing you.
Let me put my volume up just a little bit more. Is that better?
It kind of seems to go in and out.
Okay.
So I don't know if you get a little bit closer to your microphone, maybe that might be a little bit better.
The phone's on my head.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll turn it. I think last time I just needed to speak up a little bit more.
Yeah, you're
Is
still
that
going in and out. Is that happening for everybody else as well? Yeah.
Let's see. What I can do is take you off my audio because we didn't have this problem last week. I can take you off my audio and we'll just go straight from my computer. I'm going to shut these off.
Okay, now we cannot hear you at all. Still can't hear you, Lolly. There's just the faintest of sound that I can hear you. Still not able to hear you. It was a little bit, it was better with your headphones. It just kind of was coming in and out. So I'm wondering if your headphones are still on.
Yeah, your headphones are making noise when you touch them.
Yeah, so you should be able to hear me.
Yep, we can hear that. I can hear that.
So it might be that I just hold my headphone and listen to you from my computer.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and hand it back over to you, Lolly. Go right ahead.
No problem. Okay. I wanted to tell you thank you for having me here today. I'm Lolly Huggins, Capital Projects Coordinator for the City of Everett, and I'm here to present the proposal for the boat launch at Langus Riverfront Park. The Langus Riverfront Park boat launch facility is a vital community asset, serving as a primary access point for a large recreational fishery within the Snohomish River and its estuary. The park, which has been in operation for 36 years and provides important services such as a boat launch, parking for vehicles and trailers, restrooms, and a lighted walking path. The boat launch needs renovations and updates to continue providing safe and accessible access to the river. The proposed renovations will address several critical needs and will focus on upkeep and improvements to the boat launch, which include ADA compliant boarding floats, proper debris deflectors, replacing timber pilings, light filtering grading. Everett is in western Snohomish County. The Snohomish River is often referred to as the gateway to Puget Sound and the surrounding sloughs. The project site is in the east portion of Everett, central Everett, adjacent to the Snohomish River. Langus Riverfront Park is identified in the City of Everett 2022 PROS plan and is classified as a regional park that spans over 95 acres and provides unique facilities such as a boat launch with trailer parking, walking trails, restrooms, picnic shelters, tables, benches along the path, and a fishing pier. The boarding floats are at the end of their useful life, and the need for this project is supported by the City of and the Parks Department long-term planning documents. I wanted to highlight the need for improvements of the boat launch at Langus Riverfront Park. This facility is only one of 2 boat ramps available along a 13-mile stretch of Snohomish River. It provides essential access for both locals and visitors to the river and surrounding natural areas. The existing boarding floats are well beyond their useful life, and over time they have deteriorated, and their condition could create an unsafe walking area for users. Safety to the public is our top priority, and by replacing the floats with modern, durable ADA compliant materials, we can provide a safer and more user-friendly experience for visitors that use the boat launch. I wanted to address some pressing safety and accessibility issues currently affecting this facility. The boarding floats are listing on both sides of the ramp, creating an unstable surface that poses a safety hazard for both individuals walking on them. Without immediate repair and stabilization, the floats could become increasingly unsafe, potentially leading to incidents and injuries. The debris camels are no longer effective, and as a result, the quantities of driftwood are entering and collecting at the launch, creating both navigational and safety challenges. Other concerns are the ongoing damage to the abutment hinge footing due to accumulating debris. The current infrastructure cannot withstand the strain caused by constant driftwood and other debris. Damage, if left unaddressed, could compromise the stability and longevity of the ramp, potentially putting users at risk and leading to costly repairs. Replacing our outdated timber piles with new steel piles offers superior strength and durability, providing the necessary reinforcement for a structure that endures heavy usage year-round. We do plan to replace the submerged wooden debris camels with high-density polyethylene camels, which are more effective in deflecting and managing debris and redirecting it away from our ramp. Over the last 5 years, we've seen about 4,800 boaters annually using this ramp to launch and retrieve their vessels. During peak season, particularly in the fall, the ramp serves as a vital access point for a diverse group of users such as recreational fishers, bird hunters, wildlife enthusiasts, and bird watchers. The facility's infrastructure is showing wear from continuous high use, and the improvements are urgently needed to ensure it remains safe, accessible, and sustainable. Improvements to the boat launch will improve safety. This project aims to enhance the existing assets by updating and improving the boarding float system, further increasing safety, accessibility, and user satisfaction. One of the key features of the Langus Riverfront Park boat launch is its designed infrastructure, which includes ample parking for vehicles with trailers, as well as dedicated accessible spaces, and these features ensure that everyone, regardless of ability, are able to easily access the water and enjoy the benefits of the outdoor recreation. This facility was intentionally constructed to serve as a premier destination for recreational boaters, providing essential access to the Snohomish River. And today it continues to be a crucial resource for our community, offering safe and convenient access for a wide range of recreational activities, including fishing, bird watching, and sometimes mini marathons and wildlife exploration. At Langus Riverfront Park, visitors can launch their boats and navigate the Snohomish River. The ramp has 2 lanes with boarding floats that can accommodate boats up to 20 feet in length, making it accessible for a range of small vessels, and perfect for the recreational fishing, bird watching, and simply just a day out on the water. Different things that are adjacent to our boat launches. To the north, we have a fishing pier. We also have walking trails to Smith Island. To the east is Spencer Island Park, and also our famous Everett Animal Shelter, which has Wandering Rover now. You can rent a dog and take them for a walk along the trail. Union and Dead Man's Sloughs are available and accessible via kayak only. And alongside the river, we have that picnic shelter. We have several benches for peaceful trail to enjoy views of the river. You can watch wildlife and look at the mountains. There's easy shore fishing for several species of salmon and trout. And to the south is Everett Rowing. Today, Langus Riverfront Park continues to serve as a hub for outdoor recreation and wildlife viewing. With a dedicated and growing community of visitors, the proposed renovations will help ensure the park remains safe, accessible, and sustainable place for both recreational use and the environmental stewardship. The Snohomish River, if you don't know, has some of the best salmon fishing in the area. There is abundant wildlife that you can see while you're there, such as deer, raptors, herons, beaver, mink, and otters. Sorry about that. That's one too many. For our project, we do have accurate cost estimates that include engineering and permitting and the cost of construction. The aesthetics of our project include changing the old timber piles for new steel piles and being able to choose colors that will blend into our natural surrounding area. For future maintenance needs, the FRP grading should only require pressure washing as needed to keep it clean and free of debris. Our innovative and creative elements are the planned new boarding float system will be a state-of-the-art constructed entirely from high-density polyethylene materials. This includes HDPE pipe and sheet products that will be thermally welded to form a seamless monolithic structure. This design was used at another boat launch here in Everett and is tested to last. By using HDPE, we eliminate the need for wood, metal, and hardware below the waterline. It significantly reduces the risk of erosion, decay, and environmental impact. This design ensures durability, requires less maintenance, and making it a sustainable and cost-effective solution. The decking and bull rail will be made of fiberglass and other synthetic materials, which are chosen for their strength, their longevity, and low environmental footprint while providing a universally accessible surface for all users. In adherence to best practices, we've engaged a professional engineer who will assist us with preparation of the detailed construction drawings. That engineering team has also subcontracted an environmental group who will assist us in getting our permitting. The in-house staff will oversee construction, grant administration, and leveraging their experience to keep the project on track and within our budget. The boarding floats will stay the same. They will be 6 feet wide by 110 feet long, and the one to the north will be 6 feet wide by 160 feet long. We are putting a 4-inch bull rail for ADA compliance. We choose user-friendly elements such as the new boarding ramps will be made of the FRP materials that have a 50-year lifespan, and the ramps are designed to be ADA compliant and slip resistant. And again, we have a variety of colors to choose from. Because we're stewards of the natural environment, we want to make sustainability a major component of these renovations. The new boarding float is designed as a monolithic structure with a decking and bull rail material that won't rot or degrade when exposed to environmental elements. The new float system will be constructed using advanced materials that offer significant advantages. We have exceptional durability, so we won't see any rotting, twisting, warping, splintering, or splitting, and it ensures a long-lasting structure that can handle the heavy use and the harsh conditions here. The environmentally friendly design is that materials will allow light to pass through, which is crucial for the health of the salmon at both fry and smolt life stages. By letting the natural light penetrate the water, we're promoting a healthier aquatic environment that aligns with our commitment to support local wildlife conservation efforts. Our enhanced safety design includes no loose nails, screws, or metal parts below the waterline. It eliminates the risk of injuries from exposed hardware. Additionally, there is no concern of rusting or corrosion, even in challenging marine environments. The aesthetic and environment integration, this system can have a color to blend naturally into the surrounding areas and maintaining the park's serene and unobtrusive appearance.
Polly, I do want to let you know that your time is up, but I do want to make sure you have time to just quickly get through the rest of your slides, and then we can roll into advisory committee comments.
Okay. So you just want me to go ahead and read?
You can just touch on each of the rest of your slides, just so that the advisory committee can see what the rest of your presentation looks like and what you touch on so they can provide some feedback.
Okay. Here's the boat launch. It promotes opportunities for physical activities, social, cultural, and education. We do have Everett Rowing in Milltown who use our boat launch for their safety boats, and the materials we want to use have reduced in maintenance costs. And for our economic factors, we now use an online process using Visa and MasterCard. You just use a QR code and it's a $10 single launch. You can access the river for the day. We are close to Boatland USA and Jetty Landing and Boat Launch should you need any fuel or snacks. Our cost benefits are safety and accessibility. The new boarding float will offer a safer, more accessible experience for everyone. The environmental benefits are the new boarding floats will allow light to pass through, supporting the juvenile salmon and other aquatic species. So it aligns with our city's longstanding commitment of conservation. The economic is that the boarding deck will have an estimated life expectancy of over 50 years. So we have a long-term value for both boaters and the public. It'll enhance and attract more visitors to the area, and it'll be safer for boaters, anglers, and others. For our boats on trailers, it still is a 2-lane launch with docks on each side. It's always usable for boats of 20 feet or smaller, except in extreme minus low tides. It does have paved parking for 45 boats with trailers, and we do have overflow for 50 vehicles with trailers. The Langus Park is ideally along the Snohomish River in a serene area, and it offers a natural retreat. The river itself is 20 miles long. Any boat 20 feet or shorter can access this river and from the boat launch. This boat launch is steeped in history where the boaters can launch for generations even before the city of Everett purchased it in 1988. The longstanding site has historic uses, making it a deeply valued asset for the community, and the original boat ramp construction was made possible through a boating facilities program, much like the one we seek today as part of a 95-acre park. The one key feature of the Langus River.
I am going to have to make sure that we leave enough time for our advisory committee members to give you some feedback.
Okay.
Looks like it just went through your slides really quick. Let me get back to where you were here. I think you ended on slide 30, and I just want the advisory committee members to be able to see your slide 31 for the readiness criteria, which is the last criteria. Here's more about the budget and readiness as well. And then your thank you slide. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over. And Lolly, it was still really difficult to hear you. I think we were able to kind of get the majority of what you were saying, but it still kind of came in and out. So we may need to kind of look at that before final evaluations to make sure that people can hear you. So we'll go ahead and go with Linda.
Hi, I just had a couple comments, actually more than a couple, but let me start with the first one. Your site prep included 8 timber piles and 1 steel pile that you're planning to remove. And then you have 4 new pilings you're putting in that you listed as supporting your floats. Are they actually for the debris deflectors? And is there a steel pile that should also be included to replace the one you're planning to remove, but I'm not sure where that is? And then another item is you have about 53,000 for a boat ramp development. I don't know what that is. You might want to add notes to that in your application. And then why are your permits so expensive? You have 4 permits that cost $128,000. And slide 16 in your presentation said permits and engineering for that amount So, but, does that mean that you're including engineering in that cost along with the line item for administration, architecture, and engineering? And then also,
Go ahead.
your numbers on that cost estimate slide that you posted, they don't match what's on your application. The you have demolition for 33,000, but on the applications it's 103. Your piling costs on the slide are 48,000, and the application has 80. Another one is the debris deflector. You have 60,000 on the slide, and the application has 48. So you might want to check all those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. Any other comments for Lolly? Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, Molly, Lolly, I just think you should look again at your permitting costs, and if you've had a consult with Army Corps and National Marine Fisheries Service, because you'll have to use their new conservation calculator, and especially if you're adding any piles or anything, it's going to probably radically change some of the cost estimates. Maybe I'm sure Reed Middleton and they're pretty confident, so they probably have rolled it in here. I just can't read from here to tell, but I'd really look at that permitting cost and the environmental mitigation costs associated. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much, Greg. Any other comments? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you so much, Lolly.
Thank you.
All right. So that brings us to the end of day one. I'm going to go ahead and attempt to stop sharing my screen. So tomorrow morning, I believe we start at 9 a.m. with our, it's going to be the last of our local projects before we go into our state agency projects at 9:20. So we still have one more local project, which will be tomorrow morning. I did want to address just a couple of things that I saw in the chat today. Oh,